Finlay, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 27. Written by L. Muir. Narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Chapter 1. Finlay Robertson, the 39th Highlander to rise from his grave after the battle, sat upon the ground with legs akimbo, twiddling his thumbs and hoping it would be a long while before Sauntsauray had a go at him. If he were in a hurry to leave Culloden Moor, he believed he could have done so at any time if he simply drew her attention, but in truth he was content where he was. He knew the lass had the best of intentions in her heart when she'd arranged to have him and his ghostly cohorts move on, but surely she would have to pay a mighty price for stirring in their business, for nothing ever came without a price. Even God's mercy must be purchased with a contrite spirit, must it not? Besides all that, however, Finlay knew more than the rest. Thanks to being inflicted with a touch of his grandmother's sight, he saw glimpses into the future from time to time, and the vision he'd had of Sauntsauray Muir, beloved wee witch that had attached herself to Culloden 79, was not a happy vision at all. Did he pray his prescience was wrong? Certainly. Had he tried to prevent visions from coming to pass in his mortal days? More times than he wished to remember. But had he ever succeeded? Never, more's the pity. When Sonny first came to the moor as a babe in arms, Finlay had peered into her eyes and seen the image of a full-grown lass sporting her flashy black cloak and grinning at him from beside an odd pale fire. So he'd waited patiently that year when she'd failed to appear on solstice, even while his fellows ranted and raved, because he'd known they would see her again. He might have put the mood-riddled Highlanders out of their misery that day, but to do so would have revealed his abilities, spotty as they were, and he would rather keep his secret in his grave where it belonged. Alas, Sonny was destined to pay for serving the 79, and since Finn had seen the day when that payment would come due, he knew there would be no sense trying to alter the circumstances. What was cast, and since there was no changing the future, there was no sense burdening her or anyone else with the foreknowledge. Trouble was this. His vision of Sauntsauray was not the only one of late. Since he'd spilled all his blood on the moor for bonny Prince Charlie, Finn had been granted the sight of only a handful of future events. They'd been few and far between, as if God presumed spirits had little need of forewarnings. He'd seen the changing of the moor itself, and known that some day it would be a place where Scots would come to pay their respects, and keep the memory of Culloden's fateful battle from fading. He'd seen a glimpse of the horseless carriage, the crowning of the current queen, and what he came to understand to be a television. None of those images were of a personal nature, however, until Sonny came along, and it was surprising indeed to have yet another and more personal foresight when the wee witch began peeling his fellow ghosts off the moor and tossing them into the unknown, never to return. It was no mystery how Finn's latest vision might come to pass. If Sonny was correct, and he would be returned to a body of flesh and blood, he now knew what to prepare himself to face, or rather, whom.
"Good evening, men,"
Sonny called out as she came down the path from the car park. The hem of her robes jumped with her lively, bouncing steps that hinted she might have danced her way to the memorial cairn had no one been watching. Finn wanted to know just what excited her so, but he dared not move closer for fear of catching her eye. Best to hang back and lie low, for surely he would discover the reason for her enthusiasm by and by. His fellow apparitions rose from their beds and shuffled toward their usual gathering spot, pulled by the invisible force that was Sonseray Moor. Already seated within the perimeter of her summons, Finn pulled a ghostly stalk of grass from the moor and stuck it between his teeth. Then he rested back on his hands and pretended to only half listen. That night, instead of brooding from a distance, number 79 stood before the memorial cairn and waited with his fists on his hips and determination on his brow. If anyone would be able to change the lass's course, Finn thought it would be this ghost. After all, he and the others had witnessed the strange connection Sonny shared with their leader, and Finn knew from his vision that the tall blonde had good reason for wanting the lass to lay aside her quest to see them all freed from the moor. Aye, Simon MacLaren knew, but how he knew, perhaps, was a secret like unto Finlay Robertson's own. Perhaps there were two males haunting Culloden Moor for nearly 3 centuries to whom the sight had been granted. Or perhaps during one of their many private walks, Sonny had explained her plan to her sombre friend, along with the consequences. Perhaps 79 was reluctant to be a party to those consequences, just as Finn was reluctant. Perhaps the difference between himself and the tall man was the knowledge that fate and God could never be swayed. Ever. Sonny's steps slowed when she saw who awaited her. Her white teeth bit into her lower lip as she held back a smile, though the deep dimple in her cheek professed how pleased she was to see MacLaren up close. Usually the man only joined the party if he saw some threat to her, like when a few of the Highlanders saying their goodbyes had gotten far too close for MacLaren's liking. The lass was his. He'd made that fact clear, and lucky ghost that he was, she hadn't denied it. Only Finlay knew how it would play out in the end.
Simon,
She said cheerfully.
do you mean to be next?
MacLaren snorted in answer and waved her closer, though Finn anticipated the usual white fire and the green band of light to appear, they did not. And when MacLaren glanced at the lass's knees and realised the same, he reached out with both hands, took hold of her arms, and dragged her up against him. Her head bent back with the force of his kiss, and she clung to him to keep her balance. And he, a ghost as insubstantial as the fog of Moray Firth, the 50 or so that remained of Culloden 79, gawked and pointed. In spite of his preference to lie low, Finlay jumped to his feet lest any block his view of the exchange. Of course he'd seen the pair touch before, but some of his fellows had not. Expressions on those faces around him varied from shock to excitement. Clearly, some saw it as a promise that they too might be able to do the same. MacLaren glanced up, ended the kiss, and warned them all off with one sweeping glower. To a man, they all sobered and took an unconscious step backward in response. Sonny attempted to step back as well, but MacLaren's grasp held. "Leave this place," he demanded. "Leave this place and never come back. If you love me, if you love any of us, you'll cease this foolishness and leave off. Has not enough youth been wasted here?" He shook her, insisting she obey. "Go, I say." She shrugged and shook her head.
The bargain is struck.
"Break it!"
And cannot be broken.
Simon glanced around them. "Where is this uncle? Where is Wickham Muir? He can stop this. I ken it." Sonny's sleeve fell back, and the pale skin of her arm glowed in the darkness as it snaked up along MacLaren's neck, her hand cupping his cheek. There were dark marks on the inside of her forearm, tattoos of some sort, but MacLaren did not seem to notice.
Wickham is bound by his own vows. He cannot stop it. And if I were to go away, the payment would come due just the same. So I will not waste this chance. I will leave no soul behind.
MacLaren smiled down into her face, though the lines around his eyes were full of pain and devastation. Indeed, you sound like a wee soldier now, my lass. None left behind.
Simon, I beg you. Time is precious. Do not waste it moping about. Stay near me.
She pointed to the Cameron Memorial, where the tall man was wont to linger in protest.
When I could not see it out there, I was giddy, aye? Just the sight of you, a smile and a nod, lends wings to my very heart.
MacLaren nodded, kissed her forehead, then reluctantly set her away from him. After a long moment of simply staring into her eyes, he finally released her forearms and stepped back. His attention never left her as she turned to face the rest of them, all innocence and charm, as if they'd not witnessed the interaction.
Time to be about it, aye?
She gifted each man with a broad grin that was impossible not to return. Sauntsbury's gaze scanned the gallery again, as if she were looking for someone specific. Finn could almost feel a chill wind pierce his soul when her attention settled on him. Almost it was, because Finlay and his brethren had long since stopped feeling anything. The wind was a memory only, the cold as well. He was imagining them, 'twas all.
Finlay Robertson,
She called, then gestured to a spot on the ground before her. The green light appeared and expanded, circling around her just off the ground. The pale bonfire flared to life between herself and the massive stone cairn that stood 20 feet behind. The light and shadows danced between the stones of the memorial and made it appear a living thing.
number 39, if you please.
Finn resigned himself, nodded, and picked his way around the men standing between him and the conflagration. He and the lads did not care to be stepped through, especially by another ghost.
Finlay,
Sonny gave him a wink.
I am surprised you haven't come forward before now, but perhaps you kenned it was not the right time.
He waved away her question. I dinna suppose ye ken just what lies in store for me, then. Her brows pinched together.
Why do you say such a thing? Far be it from me to tell a man with sight what his future will hold, but I have considered carefully where each man might go. I hope I have chosen wisely for you, of course.
He shrugged a shoulder. Fate will out. What is to be, will be. She laughed lightly.
Ever sober, are you not?
She lowered her chin and gazed deep into his eyes.
Your will is free, my friend. Make the most of your time.
He scoffed. Eat, drink, and be merry, you mean?
Be merry, aye, be merry. Don't waste a moment.
Though Sonny did not look at MacLaren, her chin made a slight movement in his direction before she could stop it. Her cheeks blushed pink, and she lowered her eyelids for a heartbeat or two. Then she was up on her toes and kissing Finn's cheek. A kiss he surely felt.
Fare thee well, Finlay Robertson. I shall see you again soon enough.
Still shocked by the firm press of her lips on his skin, Finlay held perfectly still. The lass before him, the firelight, and all it touched upon was suddenly swallowed by the dark night. Though his senses ordered him to stand and fight, he clamped his eyes shut against the movement he felt beneath his feet. No sense resisting. A pair of heartbeats later, the earth settled again. The orange glow on the insides of his eyelids told him that day had come instantly. He opened his eyes to find an unfamiliar forest all about him, A soft rain descended onto his head and bare shoulders like a fine, wet lace that weighed nothing at all. His nose filled with the ancient, forgotten smell of bacon and coffee and fear. Chapter 2. No two mornings in Pine Creek Canyon were ever the same, even in the summer. Sometimes the air was warm before the sun ever came up. Sometimes a cool chill got trapped between the earth and some low-hanging clouds and stayed all day. And some days in the winter, the old thermostat next to the garage door would start out with no red line at all when the temperature was below 10 degrees Fahrenheit. But every morning, no matter what the weather, there would be a fresh grid of animal tracks criss-crossing the parking lot of Haggard's Grill. And every morning, Angel Mott would take a half-hour break, come hell or high water, and follow those tracks while munching on her breakfast. Moistened with the mountain dew, the real kind, the expanse of dirt and pea gravel became Grand Central Station in the night. The paws and hooves of dozens of creatures painted trails across the muddy canvas and told a new story each morning. Guessing that story was part of Angel's morning ritual. It was a little thing, this ritual, but if she wasn't resourceful and lucky, she would have to give up every ritual she'd ever had. That morning she barely needed a jacket, and primarily for the moisture. A mix of rain and mist descended into her milk and muesli, making the ceramic bowl seem a little heavier, more slippery, but she wouldn't be rushed. Soon she'd be diving back into the chaos, and for the rest of the day she'd be moving non-stop, at about 4 miles per hour, between the dining room and the kitchen. For the moment, though, she could pretend like nothing mattered except her bowl of cereal and the puzzle of paw prints. A set of small rabbit tracks led out toward the centre of the parking lot and disappeared. An owl or hawk must have snatched him. A small herd of elk had come through with at least 2 young. A bobcat had prowled off in the opposite direction. Deer tracks cluttered the east edge of the parking lot that morning, and the pink blossoms that had opened on the snowberry bushes the day before were sadly gone. Angel figured the new moon and cloudy sky would account for so many creatures being braver than usual, moving farther away from the sheltering perimeter, hoping the darkness would protect them. Probably more than one rabbit had paid for it. She scooped out the last spoonful of berries and nuts, drained the milk from her bowl, and followed 3 sets of raccoon tracks around the edge of the veranda. A set of small dog-like paws meant a fox had taken the same route. She wanted to make sure they weren't making themselves comfortable in the dumpster farther down the parking lot. They hadn't. Nothing stirred. The heavy plastic lid was still in place. Angel looked around, tried to see what her 4-legged visitors would have seen the night before. The restaurant windows would have been dark. The woods at their backs would have been filled with the echoing of crickets. And in the barn, just up the hill from the restaurant, she would have been sleeping soundly, locked safely away from all the excitement. She looked at her watch. 12 more minutes. Haggard's Grill was a 1-in-a-million diner located on a drastic switchback between Idaho Falls, Idaho, and Jackson Hole, Wyoming. The canyon in which it was nestled had steep walls that left no room for a town to grow. Instead, there was just the one restaurant that had earned its own exit. Truckers stopped, ate, then moved along. There were no showers, no beds, no reason to linger, and the parking lot was only big enough to accommodate 3 rigs at a time, without cutting into the 20 spots meant for cars. There was nothing anyone could do about that, however. Short of cutting into the mountain, there was no more space to be had. It was strictly a first-come, first-served situation. The food was good, really good, and folks from both states would often make the 45-minute drive just to eat homemade food, remember her dad and the good old days when he was running the place, and drive home again. Unfortunately, no matter how famous the restaurant became, there was no room to expand until she started setting up tables in the barn and allowing cars to park in the creek. Many suggested she build a second story on the restaurant, but no amount of success would be worth someone getting killed. The additional cars would have to park along the road, and the switchback curves made that far too dangerous. Like her father before her, she wasn't about to risk lives to make a damned dollar. But if she didn't come up with a brilliant plan, Haggard's doors would be closed within a year. Of course, she wasn't about to let that happen. No need to go down with the ship if the ship wasn't going down, right? She'd run the whole place herself if she had to. The prospect made her guts ache. A heavy, cold raindrop landed on her ear and dripped down her neck, bringing her back to the moment. She looked at her watch again. 10 more minutes and she would worry about such things, but not just yet. And to keep business thoughts from pushing into her precious break time, she turned away from the parking lot and followed the deer trail into the trees, where the fog promised to hide her. Trapped in the crook of the canyon, a low cloud stuck to the branches like wispy cotton. Clear outlines of trees were hidden from view until she was only a few feet away. The dark, thin limbs moved toward her, growing more substantial with each step forward. How she would love to be able to take the day for herself, call it a mental health day, and tell her employees,
Got lost in the fog. Couldn't find my way back. So sorry.
But that wasn't possible. She was down to a skeleton crew as it was. To take a day for herself would be incredibly unfair to the few loyal workers she had left. Angel breathed the mist deep into her lungs, hoping it was more rain than pollution, and chided herself for wasting precious personal time worrying about the restaurant when she should have been zoning out. May as well go back and make Sherry happy, she guessed, by cutting her time short. The path back was starting to get clear. So much for getting lost in the woods. But something moved between herself and the parking lot. Something large. Something dark. A moose? She wasn't dumb enough to make a moose share the path, but she wouldn't encourage an animal to chase her, at least not until she knew what it was. So she froze and waited. It didn't move like a moose, more like a man. Up on 2 legs. Was it a bear? Of course, there were bears in the canyon. The Grand Tetons had just about anything you could imagine living in those lonely peaks. And anything you could find at Yellowstone, you could find all along the range. Even the wolves had returned. But there was also more than just your regular animal. No one could grow up in the Rocky Mountains and not keep an eye out, just in case, for Bigfoot. If she wasn't so nervous about the shadow in the mist, she might have laughed at herself for letting her mind go there. She didn't really believe in Sasquatch any more than she believed in snipes, but the kid in her was always watching for those massive footprints. The thing moved closer, then stopped, as if it sensed her watching. She moved backward with painstaking slowness to put more mist between them. If she couldn't see it clearly, at least it couldn't tell what she was either. After she put a little more distance between them, she could hopefully sidestep into the trees and blend in with all her shadows. She took a slow, quiet breath to keep calm. Crap, She smelled like bacon and coffee. There was no way an animal would walk on by. Her only hope was that it would move backward, upwind. She took another step. The creature moved that much closer, then stopped.
Are you kidding me? Please, oh please don't be Bigfoot.
She closed her eyes for a second and willed the silliness out of her head. There was real danger just 30 feet away. There was no time to be thinking about monsters when a real man was there, watching her, waiting for her to make a move. No, it wasn't a moose. It wasn't a bear. She was pretty sure a bear would have come to taste her bacon already, so it had to be a man. The worst thing she could do was turn and run deeper into the woods, farther away from the restaurant and people and telephones. No more morning walks without bear repellent. How many times had she decided that, but never followed through? She kept some in her pocket every night when she locked up and headed to her apartment in the barn. Why in the world didn't she do the same in the mornings? The threat started walking her way, no longer pretending, no longer hiding in the mist. The red of his clothing became clearer with each step. Maybe he'd realized at the same time she had that she was human too, and soon he'd learn she had no weapons. The only thing in her arsenal was a little bit of bravado. It would have to do.
Hold it right there,
she said in the most serious tone she could manage. He slowed, but only a little. "I beg your pardon, lass. I don't mean to frighten ye. I thought it best to wait until you'd noticed me before I came any closer." She opened her mouth to order him to stop, to lead him to believe she had a gun or something, but her brain stuttered when the shadow man started taking on the shape of a Scottish Highlander, sporting a kilt and everything. The plaid was red and bright enough to keep him safe in hunting season. An aged leather pouch hung from his waist, but she couldn't stare at it without seeming lewd. The costume was completed with a sash over one shoulder, an old-fashioned shirt that had a tie at the neck but no sleeves, and knee-high socks that looked like they'd actually been knitted by his grandmother. Angel could only stand there gaping while layer after layer of mist disappeared between them. It was like watching a ghost from the distant past come back to life.
This has to be a joke. An hallucination. I'm imagining, fantasizing. I must still be asleep.
But the man kept coming, silently insisting he was real, until he was standing only 3 feet away, staring at her as if he doubted her for similar reasons. "Dinna be afeard, lass. I'll not harm ye. Finlay, Robertson at your service." He chuckled. "One would think you'd have never seen a Highlander afore, aye?" After a glance around at the mist-draped trees on all sides, he shrugged and put his hands on his hips. "You'll think me daft, lass, but I seem to have lost my way. Are we anywhere near Inverness?" Chapter 3.
What?
Angel couldn't quite get her ears wrapped around the Scotsman's accent. Apparently he was the real deal. Maybe his clothes were too, and if it turned out she was imagining it all, she needed to take a vacation in a hospital. He took another step closer, frowned, then reached for her arms. His hands were incredibly warm. "Ye appear as though ye might faint, lass, but tell me first where I've come to be. This fog has me turned about."
Guard.
She stuttered with an extra G or two, but it couldn't be helped. She was distracted by his gentle hold on her, along with the idea that she didn't necessarily want him to let go. It stole her breath away to stand so close to something that majestic. Like stumbling upon a moose on a trail, however, it was dangerous to lose your common sense.
There isn't much space to get lost in.
"The town of Haggard," he repeated, smiling. In America, then. She rolled her eyes and ignored the question.
This is Haggard, not a town, just an exit in a restaurant. If you want to go exploring, you can follow that path up the hillside and you'll find a spring with drinkable water. That's about it.
He nodded, but didn't give the path any attention. He was too busy sniffing the air. Then he looked at her again and grinned. I must be honest with you, miss. I've not had the pleasure of tasting bacon in a good long while, longer than you could possibly imagine. You don't happen to have any on your person, do you?
On my person? No.
She shrugged out of his hold and started walking a wide path around him, acting as nonchalant as possible, ready to start screaming bloody murder if he reached for her again.
The only thing I have on my person is the smell of bacon, I guess. But if you'll turn around and head in this direction, you will find the restaurant again. Plenty of bacon there.
What do you mean, again?
I mean, you couldn't have gotten here without passing the building. It's the only thing off this exit. And I'm sure it wasn't hidden by the fog.
He lifted his hand like he thought he could touch the stuff and rubbed his fingers together like he was testing a piece of fabric. Magical stuff. Mist. Do you ken?
Do I ken? You mean, do I know?
Okay, 'tis just what I meant. I'm certain I can learn this American dialect in no time at all.
Dialect? You're saying I'm the one with the dialect?
She shook her head and hurried ahead on the path. Staring at him might get her into trouble. So would staring at his knees, wondering how high his red kilt might ride up as he walked. When she returned to the restaurant with him on her tail, everyone was going to give her a hard time as it was. A little drool on her chin, and she would never hear the end of it. Angel wished the guy would turn his back for a minute so she could stop herself without him seeing. She really had to get a grip. Oh, he might be drooling too, temporarily, but it was only her bacon perfume that was making him salivate.
Say something. Anything. Are you from around here?
She could have kicked herself as soon as she'd asked. Of course he wasn't a local, not with that accent. Scotland. She covered the side of her hot face with her cooler hand, grateful he couldn't see. It was crazy, really, that she was blushing at all. She got hit on by truckers, cowboy wannabes and creeps alike, but never blinked an eye. But this guy asks her about bacon, and suddenly she's a 13-year-old again, at her first Scottish festival, trying to catch the eye of a cute bagpiper.
Give me a break.
Sorry,
Nothing.
she said, nice and loud, so she wouldn't have to face him. Another flash of his dimple, barely hidden by the start of a beard, and she might get light-headed. Maybe he was used to chicks fainting at his feet, especially with those stormy blue eyes. She concentrated on the cold ceramic bowl in her other hand and glanced over her shoulder, careful not to focus.
Where are you headed?
Headed?
You know, eastbound or westbound. The road runs parallel to the train tracks. You're either headed east or west.
For the moment, I'll follow ye. She stopped and turned to face him, her frustration winning out over her fear of humiliation.
I mean, when you get back in your car, will you be headed down into the Idaho Falls or up to Jackson? You looking for Yellowstone or what?
He shrugged one large shoulder. His sleeveless shirt didn't cover any of his muscles. In fact, he looked like he'd just walked out of a gym, wrapped in little more than a towel. A plaid towel, with another one thrown over his shoulder. I have no destination in mind, lass, and I've no car. I am afoot. Perhaps a better answer is to say that I will go where fate wills me. He smiled. Yes, that is just it. I'm at the whim of fate for the now.
For the now?
Aye.
You mean for now?
Aye, 'tis just as you say, at the whim of fate for now. She chewed her lip, trying to keep a straight face for the cameras because someone had to be punking her.
Okay, if you need money, I might just have some jobs for you. If you're working for some jokester going around pulling pranks, then I don't have time for you.
He looked genuinely confused, and those little darts of dimples that made it so hard to look away from him faded into his whiskers. She could think clearer, breathe a little easier, but then the sober version of him made her think of cold Scottish nights stuck in a cave, trying to keep each other warm. He frowned. Cave? Had she said that out loud?
Oh, great. Cave? I don't know what you're talking about.
She turned around and double-timed it through the parking lot. If someone had just caught that on film, she was going to die of embarrassment. But as the restaurant came into view, her business mind kicked in once again.
There is no such thing as bad publicity.
Angel stopped and pointed to the restaurant.
That's Haggard's. Plenty of bacon inside.
And coffee.
And coffee.
She stayed where she was and waited for the heat to leave her face. She didn't need everyone in the building to get the wrong idea. Her employees didn't need to know she'd been flirting in the parking lot with a customer. She didn't want to give herself any more ideas either. The cave image was going to be hard enough to forget. The guy opened the pouch that hung flat against his kilt. She couldn't remember what it was called. When he started digging through it, she had to look away. Showing any interest at all in something near his crotch, well, it just couldn't end well. And if there was a camera crew around, that would probably be the money shot anyway.
Restaurant owner caught oogling Scotsman's crotch. Video at 9.
He looked up sharply. Did ye see something, lass? She cleared her throat and coughed.
I did not.
He nodded, still frowning. It seems my friend has left me with not a coin to my name. I shall have to catch my breakfast, if you'll excuse me. He headed back toward the deer path. Thank you for a pleasant stroll, aye. Okay, there was no question now. She was definitely being punked. There were cameras somewhere. Maybe they were hiding in the mist, but they were there. The guy kept going, as if he really did intend to go out into the woods, catch something and eat it. First of all, gross. Second of all, a body could starve to death while waiting for something to cook over a campfire. And third, there was no way he could start a fire in the middle of a freshly rained-on forest. She sighed, rolled her eyes for the camera, and decided she'd have to play along.
Come back,
she called half-heartedly. No way did she want to act too anxious.
Come back and you can work off your breakfast.
Ugh, but she was going to regret this. Chapter 4. The Scotsman, no one could be that good with a fake accent, spun around and frowned at Angel. I need not your charity, lass, but I thank you just the same. Good day. He bent like he was bowing to her or something and headed for the far end of the parking lot.
I didn't offer you charity, dude. I offered you some breakfast and a way to pay for it. If you'd rather eat
She gestured to the trees.
a squirrel than some bacon, I totally get it.
She rolled her eyes again.
Not.
Deciding to beat him at his own game, she turned and walked away. It was time to get back anyway. The guy didn't catch up with her until she reached the back entrance. He pressed the door closed when she tried to open it. One moment, if you please. Are you saying you might be the proprietress of this establishment? His bare arm started far behind her shoulder and stretched well past her own to hold the door shut. Biceps and triceps and seps she'd never heard of were all strung together along one very long line of bones, tempting her to grab on and see if his whole body was as warm as his hands had been. Maybe she just needed to wear a warmer coat when it was drizzling. To prove she wasn't intimidated in the least, she turned within the half-circle of his arm, put her hands on her hips, and lifted her chin.
Yes, I'm Angel Mott. I own the restaurant, and I'm sure there'll be a pile of breakfast dishes for you to wash if you're not too proud to do it.
Finn would have considered the offer of work and food an impressive bit of luck if he believed in such things, which he did not. There was only God's will, and naught could change that. Just as so many other mortals believed they were in charge of their own lives, he suspected the lass wouldn't take kindly to the idea she was simply a pawn in God's plan, so he held his tongue. She reminded him a bit of Sanseret, and he was fair to certain the wee witch would hardly welcome the observation either. As powerful as she might be, poor Sonny was no more in charge of her fate than anyone else. For some reason, God wanted Finlay Robertson there, in America, hale and whole. So Finn was willing to play along with Sonny's plan to bring the 79 back to life for a day or two in order that his will would be done. Finn need only play his part. His final vision would certainly come to pass now that he'd met the very woman who he'd seen in that vision, and if there was one thing he knew in his bones, it was that resistance was futile, no matter how fervently he wished it otherwise. No, Finn's own will had naught to do with the next 2 days, but he was mighty grateful he would be spending some of his mortal reprieve with a clever and comely lass, and a bit of bacon on the side. The lovely proprietress stepped from the hallway into a long and narrow kitchen ahead of him.
"Mott's back,"
a well-endowed woman bellowed. She was at least a decade older than the lass, and half a head taller. When she noticed Finn, her eyes flew wide for a 3 count before she recovered herself.
"Please, tell me you hired reinforcements."
Angel glanced over her shoulder, stepped to the side, and gestured for Finn to move forward. He did as he was bid, and from habit that was not as dead as he might have believed, he offered a slight bow to the 3 persons staring at him. They all wore green aprons, their expressions also identical. It was hunger, to be sure, but for what he could not guess.
"Everyone, this is Finlay Robertson. He's going to wash the dishes for a little bit."
Their looks turned to disappointment. Apparently their hunger had been for more help than a dishwasher might prove capable. The woman waved her fingers when the lass introduced her as Sherry. She then flicked a paper hanging above the cook's station.
"How long in the steak and eggs?"
Jordan, as the cook was called, gave Finn barely a nod, then tested the surface of a generous slab of meat with the corner of his metal spatula. A spit of juice danced onto the hot surface and fizzed to nothing. The smell was pure heaven, and Finn's mouth watered for the first time in nearly 300 years. "1 minute," Jordan said. His black ponytail was caught in a net at the back of his head. His denims held only to the bottom half of his buttocks, but thankfully he had drawers on beneath them, so the ladies were spared the sight of his arse. The 3rd staffer, a younger man called Dante, said nothing at all, but continued to glance nervously at Finn's clothes when his attention should have been on the blade in his hands. But the lad quickly realised the danger and returned his attention to chopping up a pile of pale yellow onions the size of Finn's fist. Sherry snatched up 2 food-laden plates, then not so slyly looked Finn over as she backed her way through the right half of 2 swivelling shutters. They resembled the doors on a saloon in the American Old West. Of course, he'd only glimpsed such things on small television screens, but it was amusing to see them in person for a change. Just as Sherry was about to disappear, she caught sight of Finn's smile and mistook it for interest.
"All righty then."
Apparently Angel mistook it for the same and widened her eyes to mask her own amusement.
Let's get you some breakfast so you've got some energy to work.
She scooted around Jordan and headed for the swivelling doors, waving at him to follow. "Nay, lass." Finn spoke the words louder than intended, but the sound of sizzling food and clanking tools made it necessary. "I'll not eat food I've yet to earn." He glanced around, located the door through which a tall pile of plates could be seen, and moved that way. The lass followed. Once inside the room, she produced a bit of white cloth with little strings, then showed him where thick gloves awaited his hands. He held up the cloth, then grimaced at her.
Sorry, buddy. They're one size fits all.
Finn watched as she took another bit of white for herself and magically turned it into an apron, tying it neatly in front of her. He frowned at his own, then tried to find the piece that would loop over his neck, but after examining each lead twice, he gave up and offered it back to her. "I find it passing strange to hear a woman called by her surname, aye." She shivered suddenly, then shook her head while she avoided eye contact.
My dad was Mott. I was called Little Mott. Now that he's gone, I've been promoted.
"My condolences." She grimaced and gave a wee shrug, then snatched the mess out of his hands, produced the elusive loop, and slipped it over his head. Her straight white teeth pressed into her plump bottom lip for a moment, then she gestured behind him.
You gotta...
She demonstrated how he might flip his hair from beneath the loop. He had a wicked thought and pretended not to understand.
Oh, here.
She said, slightly exasperated, and reached around his neck to lift his hair away. He touched her arms casually as if to steady her. After all, she had to rise onto her toes to do the deed, and he hadn't bent an inch to make it easier. She quickly pulled her arms back, and to his dismay, she apologized to him.
You'll have to tie it back, you know. Keep it out of the way. We can't have hair sticking to the clean plates. New hair ties are in that box.
She pointed over his shoulder, but snatched her arm back, as if she thought he might be offended by her touch.
Soap is there. Scrubber's there. Fill the shallow sink with hot soapy water, and for a final rinse, you grab the sprayer. Step on that.
She pointed to a large button on the floor, the size of a scone.
And be careful not to scald yourself with the steam. Remember that heat rises, got it?
She backed toward the doorway without waiting for his response.
It takes some getting used to, handling dishes with rubber gloves. If you break a couple, I promise not to charge you for them. I'm just...
She blushed, and not from the heat, he reckoned.
Grateful for the help. Let me know when you're ready to cry uncle, and I'll get you a menu.
Kitchen noises ceased when she rejoined the others. He supposed her workers had questions about the stranger she'd allowed into their midst, but he had no time to eavesdrop. He appeared to have well over 100 dishes to wash, and he would be sorely disappointed if Angel ran out of bacon before he finished with them. Chapter 5. Angel went straight to the vegetable sink, soaked part of a bar towel, and pressed it to her face. She was burning up, blushing like some teenager, and so out of control she couldn't keep it together, even though her staff were staring. Sherry abandoned the steak and eggs she'd been garnishing, stepped close and lowered her voice.
I don't blame you one bit. I had to drop a piece of ice in my cleavage after he smiled at me.
Angel was relieved it wasn't just her. She dipped the towel once more and offered it to Dante as a joke. The kid's eyes widened, and he cringed like she was offering him a snake to hold. When everyone else laughed, Dante relaxed.
All right, let's get back to work then.
Sherry picked up the steak plate and the fresh pot of coffee.
Number 4 should be ready to order now. Number 4, take their order. Focus.
The pressure sprayer hissed from the washroom, and Angel jumped like someone had dropped a firecracker behind her. When a plate shattered in the sink, followed by a string of loud but unintelligible curses, she exchanged a knowing look with Jordan and Dante, then quickly fled through the swinging doors.
Number 4, take their order. Focus.
Another dish broke. Sounded like a cup, but at least the customers were smiling, right? Well, if it isn't little Mott. The man seated alone at number 4 was one of their oldest customers, T.J. Traynor. When she saw his grinning mug, she winced, knowing what was coming. My, but it's early in the day for you to be looking so haggard. He bellowed the last word as he always did, just like 10 others would do at some time or other during the day. It was a tradition started on the first day Haggards opened, a restaurant named for her dad's favourite country singer, Merle Haggard. And when anyone yelled Haggard, the employees had to turn on a Merle Haggard song. Technology had changed a dozen times through the years, and now all she had to do was hit the big red button on the wall, and the iPod in the office would choose one of Merle's greatest hits. She didn't bother trying to take TJ's order before pressing the button. She hit it with an extra loud smack just to please him. Then she held her breath and prayed it wouldn't be Okie from Muskogee. But with no lead in at all, the old boy's voice rang out through the dining room. By the time he sang Marijuana, half the room was singing, including TJ. He sang the word almost as loud as he'd hollered Haggard. Angel groaned, then returned to his table to give him a big hug. The old trucker sat down again and finally stopped singing. He gave her hand a squeeze. "How are you, little Mott?"
I'm good, TJ. How are you? Have you come out of retirement?
"Oh, no. Just travelling through to see my grandkids in Nevada. Wouldn't think of passing through without stopping. I sure miss this place." The man had driven trucks all his life, and had stopped at Haggard's Grill at least once a week on his cross-country routes. Angel could almost hear her dad's voice hollering from the kitchen, saying, "TJ Traynor, haven't they found a way to get your sorry butt off the road yet?" So for old time's sake...
We're all just lucky they find a way to get your sorry butt off the road.
TJ's laugh was more like a bark. "Just as bad as your dad, aren't you?" She shrugged.
Maybe one day, if I work at it.
Since business was lighter than usual, and Sherry had the other tables covered for the moment, Angel sat down and tried to visit over the 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the song. Sherry stepped over to them.
Let me get your breakfast started while you two are visiting.
She took TJ's order, asked Angel if she wanted anything, then disappeared. After the final chorus, the room fell back to normal breakfast noises. TJ reached out and held her hands. "How is business?"
Business is good. We're getting pretty famous, you know. Famous for no parking.
TJ didn't look convinced. "You look tired, darling. Pretty, but tired."
I am tired. I won't deny that. But don't worry. I've been thinking about taking a nice long vacation this winter.
"Yes, sir. Your old eye used to lie about vacations, too." He shook his head. "This is tough work for one to manage. You need to snag you one of these hard-working men so you can get away, like you say. When Mott started out, he was just a little older than you are now. Hell, he was 10 years older than me. God rest him. But he wouldn't have lasted as long as he did if you hadn't come along." Angel just nodded, accepting what she already knew.
Mutt could have retired and enjoyed himself for at least a decade if he hadn't been hanging on to the business for me. He could have sold the place and traveled the world if I hadn't shown up on his doorstep.
TJ laughed. "Pink suitcase and princess underwear. I must have heard him tell it 100 times." She often wondered if her dad wished she hadn't come along. Of course, being John Mott, he never would have turned her away. But that didn't mean he hadn't wished for a different life. He was already 50 when her mother dropped her off with a note that said Angel was his child. "Don't kid yourself. TJ said, and squeezed her hands one last time before leaning back to let Sherry put his coffee on the table in front of him. Best day of his life. Maybe he didn't tell you, but he told everyone else you were an answer to his prayers. He finally had someone to leave his business to. Made him feel immortal. Immortal? Well, John Mott's legacy wasn't going to last much longer if she couldn't turn things around. But TJ didn't need to know that. It did make her sad, though, to think that a year from now, or two, TJ might be travelling through the canyon on his way to see those grandkids again, only to find that his favourite watering hole had closed down or been reopened by someone who had no appreciation for Merle Haggard's greatest hits. She listened to TJ ramble on for a while longer. He repeated all the old standby stories about her dad handled belligerent customers, killed rattlesnakes in the parking lot, and dealt with employees she barely remembered. He was threatening to holler Haggard again when their visit was interrupted. The crash and clink of yet another breaking plate came through the swinging doors, along with a worried Sherry. But instead of saying a word, she just held the half-door open, like she fully expected Angel to deal with the stranger, cursing even louder than TJ sang. Angel excused herself and marched past the waitress, knowing that every eye in the place was watching and listening. Jordan stood alone in the kitchen, not bothering to keep a straight face. She panicked.
Where's Dante?
Went out for a smoke.
Dante doesn't smoke.
Maybe he does now.
You know we can't afford to lose him.
She pointed to the back hall.
Go. Make sure he's just taking a break and not trying to hitch a ride down the canyon. Tell him anything. Tell him to come eat. That I'm buying. He can sit in the dining room and relax for a little while. Whatever you think it will take.
Jordan slid TJ's breakfast onto a plate, handed it to Sherry, then hurried out the back way. Sherry bugged her eyes out in a universal sign for good luck, then left the kitchen again. Angel looked at the doorway to the washroom and tried to imagine what she would find there, but all she could think about were a pair of stormy blue eyes. What sounded like cymbals crashing meant that a large pot had fallen into the metal sink, and she seriously considered running out to the parking lot herself. But this was her place, and it was her job to deal with employees, no matter how temporary, no matter how hot. Chapter 6. She took a deep breath and stepped into the opening.
I thought I hired a man, not a gorilla.
She choked on the last word, shocked by the sight of a half-naked man standing in the sinks. He'd removed his apron and shirt, but thankfully kept his kilt on, the excess of which lay around his hips like a thick, twisted belt. His right foot was planted in the left sink, while his other foot seemed to be stuck in the yellow mop bucket, which for some reason had been placed in the centre sink. One of his arms was covered with wet bar towels that were secured with a thin leather belt. The other arm was occupied with holding up the detached end of a white wire rack that still held a few metal pots, though they didn't look like they would stay put much longer. If he lowered his end another inch, the pans would come crashing down on his head. His smooth but muscular stomach was something she'd never really seen in real life. He glared at her like he didn't appreciate the interruption. She held her hands up in surrender.
Hey, sorry. You don't want to help? No problem.
She turned her back on him just so she could laugh silently without hurting his feelings. Wait, lass, wait. She composed herself as best she could and turned around again.
What can I do?
If I hadn't dropped the mop. He grumbled something intelligible again, which she realised was an actual language. I wondered if you might hand me the mop. The item in question lay beneath the sinks between 3 pieces of a plate that had broken cleanly, probably due to the inch of water that had yet to find its way to the drain. She tossed the broken pieces in the trash, then picked up the mop and offered it to the guy while she struggled to avert her eyes from the hem of his kilt. He gave a little nod and took it.
Anything else? Would you like a ladder, maybe?
He exhaled impatiently, then shook his head. "Nay, thank ye." He looked pointedly at the doorway behind her.
Okay.
She walked slowly back into the kitchen and waited for the next crash. It was a stupid move, and she knew it. She should have taken control of the situation and started giving orders. After all, those were her pans he was about to dent up, and if
I end up selling the place? Or the equipment? A dent in the pots might mean a dent in their selling price.
Angel shook the treacherous thoughts away. They were still her pots. They would stay her pots. She could dent them if she wanted to. She waited another long minute, but nothing crashed. She could hear him moving around, but she couldn't imagine if he could get far with his foot stuck in the bucket. Angel Mott was pretty stubborn in her own right, however, and she had no problem waiting him out. He would just have to swallow his pride and ask her to come back. The sight of the stovetop gave her the perfect way to waken him. She'd start cooking bacon. He would beg for mercy. The bell rang. Someone was either coming in or leaving. Cowardly Sherry would just have to handle them. Angel opened a new package of bacon, laid the thick slices out on the griddle, and turned the heat back on. They started sizzling in no time. Sherry slithered in and hooked an order above Angel's head. She glanced nervously toward the washroom, then slithered out again.
Mr. Robertson,
Angel finally called out.
Are you getting hungry?
Famished. His deep voice came from just behind and startled her so badly she nearly jumped up on the hot griddle. But, call me Finn, if it pleases ye. Will ye have any of that bacon left after ye feed your customers, do you think? She looked down at his feet. Neither of his boots were wet, which meant the sink and the bucket must have been empty, but she couldn't imagine how he'd climbed down without all those pans landing on the floor. She just had to see for herself.
Watch the bacon. It's for you, so don't let it burn.
She handed him the tongs and rushed to the doorway. Just inside the tall garbage can were the remnants of the broken dishes, more than the one she'd heard break, but replacing them would cost $20, tops. The wire rack was hanging level again, but the bracket was missing. Holding it in place was a thick, dark string that looped around the water pipe a foot above the shelf. The pans sat back at the opposite end of the rack where they belonged until the weekend rush. His dripping shirt and apron were draped over hangers above the corner drain. No wonder he'd taken them off. They looked like he'd gone swimming in them. What shocked her the most was the rolling cart with rack after rack of dry dishes. On the metal drainer at the end of the sinks were the pans from a day and a half of heavy cooking. They were all stacked up neatly, staggered so air could get between them. She'd been so shocked to find him standing in the sink, she'd completely missed the work he'd actually done. The sinks looked as if they'd been scrubbed for hours. The terracotta tiled floor looked new again.
If the health inspector needed to drop in on us, today would be an excellent day to do it.
Chills ran up her spine and galloped at the back of her neck, telling her the guy was standing close behind her. Coolly, she asked how he'd managed to fix the wire rack without dumping the pans on his head. 'Twas way I needed the mop, aye, to hold it up while I secured it. He put his fingers on her shoulders and urged her to turn and face him. When she did, he lowered his chin to give her a serious look. "You should know I was the one who broke it. The fix is but temporary." She knew she looked like an absolute idiot, but she couldn't help getting lost in the fantasy of standing toe-to-toe with a Scotsman that looked and sounded as if he'd just walked out of a history book. "Lass."
Huh?
"My bacon is burning.
What?
You must release me. The bacon." He tugged on her hand. She looked down to find that hand gripped around the thicker leather belt that draped over one shoulder, over his still bare chest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She let go and stepped back. He winked at her and hurried back to the griddle. While his back was still turned, she took a minute to stare at the backs of his legs, his muscular back. She peeled her eyes away and stared at her knuckles instead. She could still feel his skin against them. She closed her eyes and groaned inwardly. She was no better than her ill-mannered customers who spent the whole time staring at the waitresses. Chapter 7. A warm heart, a sharp tongue, and a round bum. What more could Finn have asked for if he'd been consulted on the details of his mortal quest? Since he'd experienced the first two, he had hoped he might have a chance to get his hands on the latter, and considering how the lass had first looked him over when she thought he wasn't watching, he thought he'd had a promising chance. But something changed. All sudden, like she'd ceased looking at him at all. Slowly but surely, her restaurant had filled with customers who needed her attention far more than he did. On a happy note, she'd been pleased enough with his dishwashing that she trusted him to do other things as well. According to Jordan, Finn was now his to order about when there weren't unwashed dishes awaiting him. What with a full stomach and the taste of bacon still lingering on his tongue, he was more than happy to oblige, of course. Just the sensation of blood coursing through his veins once again was a wondrous thing, but to feel his heart pounding like horses' hooves was pure joy. How he'd missed hard work. The problem was this. Angel never slowed long enough to warm to him again. Gaining the lass's attention was rather like trying to hop onto a wagon that was already moving down the road and forever 3 paces ahead. Each time she entered the kitchen, she called out an order, placed a ticket on the long metal clip above the grill, and barked an order or two at Dante, who was furiously learning her recipes. She plated the food and praised the lads, and swift as a Highland breeze, she'd gone again, along with the food. Dante seemed to cheer considerably after each encouraging word from his lovely boss. And though he was a proud fellow, Jordan seemed to be a bit lighter in his step as well. The next time the lass appeared, Finn found himself eager for a bit of praise also, and anticipated her need for a wet towel. A flash of her eyes and a quick thank you sent a fissure of pleasure through him, and proved he was no different from his brothers. Jordan smirked. "Careful there, Braveheart. That's how she suckers you in. That's why we all come back. If you don't watch it, you'll be stuck here forever too. There's a reason why we secretly call this Hotel California." Finn laughed. He knew the song. "Dinna give me false hope, laddie. Fate has deemed that my stay be a short one. Hope would be cruel." Sherry stuck her head in.
Bus 12 and 15, please, and 4 fries.
Dante and Jordan exchanged glances. The young one shook his head. "This'll burn, man." Jordan looked to Finn. Fries are prepped. You just drop 4 portions in the basket and lower them into the grease. Hook the front of the basket so it don't float around, and be sure to press the green button to set the timer. Finn was finished as soon as the instructions had been given. Now what? Now you get a grey bin and go out there. You should be able to see which tables need to be cleared. If you can't tell, ask Sherry. Tell Mott that number 7 is up. Jordan's eyes widened. Aw, man, you can't go out there half naked. He smirked. Go put on a clean apron. Maybe nobody'll notice. Finn hurried into the washroom, found a bin and an apron, then used the tail of his plaid to try to cover his chest a bit before putting the latter over it. He hurried out into the dining hall, using the swinging door on the right as he'd been told, and looked about for their angel. From his left, someone shouted, "Haggard!" Oddly, many people laughed at this while others groaned, but all eyes were on Angel as she walked between tables with her hands held high, as if to say she were surrendering. She noticed Finn and her steps faltered, but she recovered and sashayed past him. After scooting behind the counter, she raised one hand higher still, then swung it around dramatically to press the large red button on the wall. The room fell silent for a 3 count, then erupted with cheers when a song began playing through the speakers. He knew that song, and while he made his way to the tables Sherry pointed to, he began to hum Mama Tried. When the chorus began, he could not resist muttering the words while he stacked and piled the soiled dishes and napkins into the bin. His voice he kept low, of course, due to the fact that the customers were listening almost reverently to the song. He used the hot, soapy washcloth to wipe down the second table just as the song ended. He then tossed the towel into the bin as well, took up his load, and turned for the kitchen doors. Dozens of faces stared at him, some with open mouths. He reckoned he'd offended them all, either with his singing or his lack of shirt. He looked for Angel, but found her standing with her arms folded before her and a scowl on her brow. She was clearly as offended as the rest. Solemnly beg pardon, lass. Only wished to help." He took another step, but she held up a hand to stop him.
You know that song?
He nodded. "Okay, in the late 60s, there was a caretaker that played the album continually, and once you learn a tune, well..." He glanced at the couple sitting at the table beside him. The woman looked a bit dazed. The man waved a hand before her face to get her attention, but failed.
Late 60s?
Thankfully, Angel stopped frowning and smiled.
Just how old are you?
"'Tis a conversation for another time, perhaps." He was determined to get back inside the kitchen and away from curious eyes, but an older woman waved to get his attention, and he would have proven impolite if he ignored her outright. "Aye, madam, can I be of some service to ye, then?" The woman took hold of his hand and held it between both of hers.
Are you really from Scotland?
"I am."
What clan do you belong to?
His chest expanded of its own accord. "Clan Robertson." He gave her a smile. "Are ye perhaps of Scottish descent yourself?" She bit her lip and rubbed his hand for a bit before answering.
No.
Then she shrugged as if to say she could not help it.
I just wanted to hear you speak.
He'd often seen female tourists being overly familiar with the caretakers of the battlefield, and, for the most part, the men had taken it in stride, accepting it as part of a general fascination with their clothing and their brogues. He decided that if those blokes could put up with women taking such liberties day in and day out, he could soldier through for a pair of days. After all, the tourists at Culloden had chosen to investigate the Scottish culture. Haggard's customers had simply been faced with it, and with no warning. He drew in a deep breath, smiled, and kissed the woman's hand. Sighs reached his ears from opposite directions, so he decided to ham it up a bit. He turned and offered a wide grin to anyone watching, which turned out to be everyone in the place. Then he bent in a generous bow. "Forgive my attire, ladies, gentlemen. I shall go in search of a short and spur your ears from unworldly singing." Women booed outright when he'd mentioned finding a shirt. The self-deprecating bit about his voice must have won their pity, for 1 out of 4 women seated at a distant table stood and begged him to forget about the shirt and sing again. One of her friends shouted what he understood to be the magic word. The rest of her friends began to chant, "Haggard, Haggard, Haggard." He turned to see what Angel thought of his boldness, half expecting her disapproval, but instead she held her hand palm side up and gestured to the button behind the counter, suggesting he do the honours. As he passed her, she murmured something, and he wasn't sure if she'd been speaking to him or to herself.
Catering to women? Not a bad idea.
He tried to be as dramatic as possible, but ultimately he simply pressed the button with his thumb. The ladies were surprisingly pleased in any case. It took a few measures before he could tell what song played, and as he began his first ever performance, singing about the green, green grass of home, he wondered if they would give a fig if he sang well or not. Chapter 8. Angel stared at the pile of money that almost covered the prep counter. Too bad they were all ones. It was going to take a much bigger miracle for her to make her next balloon payment on time. "As I've said, I've no need of money," the Scotsman insisted for the 3rd time. "Whatever is there, split amongst yourselves. You worked with much more industry than I, playing your skills over a hot stove and skillet, while I wandered about kissing hands. 'Tis only fair the money follows the work." "Man, I don't know what kind of place you come from," Jordan said, "but I won't argue with you anymore." He looked at Angel for her vote.
That's very generous. Thank you.
She nodded at Sherry to divide up the bills that the usually quiet half of her clientele had tucked in the man's waistband as he'd strolled back and forth in front of their tables.
Maybe we'd be better off putting a small stage in the back corner.
She thought aloud.
And a pole,
Sherry said, then laughed. But Angel suspected her best waitress wasn't really joking. Angel glanced at her watch. It was 2:30. Business wouldn't pick up again until 4:30.
I really appreciate everyone pulling a double shift today. I promise you can all have tomorrow off. I'll make some calls. But for now, you guys take your lunch while you can. I'll cover the lull, front and back.
She wandered out into the temporarily empty dining room so she could think in peace. Instead of pushing around the same old ideas for increasing her bottom line, she had something new to poke and prod, something simple she would never have thought of herself. She closed her eyes and thanked God for sending Finlay Robertson into the canyon that morning. Yes, she still had the same limitations as always. The parking lot was too small, couldn't be expanded, so the restaurant couldn't be expanded, unless she shuttled people in from Jackson Hole like she did for the small weddings that she allowed during the summer. But the weddings always paid for the shuttle. She'd always been so grateful for the daily lull so she could catch her breath that she had never looked at it as an opportunity. What she'd needed all along was to beef up business during the slow weekday afternoons when the parking lot and the tables were wide open. Speak of the devil, Finlay stood at the opening to the back hallway, watching her, respecting her privacy. She waved him over. She had plenty of time to brainstorm. What she might not have was much time left with Mr. Inspiration. He said, "May I join ye?" She pointed to the chair across from her.
Please.
"Pardon me if I've been too forward." He waved at the haggard button. She shook her head.
Don't you worry about it. You've given me some really helpful ideas for improving business. Maybe you were inspired to start singing.
'Tis an inspiring place, your wee corner of the world.
Yes, it is. With plenty of dirty dishes. But a guy who doesn't need money certainly wouldn't want to stick around here.
Pleasant company makes any work pleasant, lass. But I fear I was given only a pair of days. When tomorrow goes, so must I. She bit her lip to hide her excitement. It sounded like he might want to come back for another day of dishes. But how fair was that?
Well, hey, if you only have tonight and tomorrow before you have to go, wherever you're going, you don't want to waste it here. And you don't want to waste it in my kitchen. What is it you'd really like to do? I'm sure one of our regulars can take you whichever direction you want.
He laid his warm hands over the top of hers. Well, Angel, I'll be honest. Warm chills tickled up her spine at the way he said her name.
Yeah?
What I truly prefer to do, when I can do anything I wish. She swallowed and prayed he wouldn't say something too personal, something that might knock him off the little pedestal she'd put him on.
Yeah? What's that?
He leaned across the table, glanced at the kitchen doors, then leaned closer still. "Ah, truly love." His face broke into a grin. "Washing dishes." He sat back and laughed, but she realized he was still holding her hands beneath his.
He's just too good to be true. Absolutely too good to be true.
Then it occurred to her he really was too good to be true. She remembered her suspicions from that morning that someone was punking her, that there were hidden cameras out there filming her. Everything that had happened since he'd stepped out of the mist had been completely unbelievable. She pulled her hands away and braced them against the table, preparing herself for the worst.
So, Finlay Robertson, tell me, just who are you?
Just when the lass had begun warming to him, she pulled away as if she'd read something in his eyes she didn't care for. Of course he'd been trying to win her favour, but that was hardly reason to suddenly distrust him. After all, he'd been trying to impress her all the morning long. It wasn't as if he were hiding anything from her. Well, not much anyway. Just the insignificant detail that he was a newly resurrected ghost from across the Atlantic Ocean, come to perform an unnamed quest. He heaved a loud sigh and nodded. "I concede that ye have little reason to trust my intentions. I did appear in the forest rather magically, aye."
Magically? You're here to punk me, admit it.
"Punk? I dinna ken the term."
To trick me, fool me, get me to look ridiculous in front of...
She waved her hand at the ceiling, the windows.
You've got a hidden camera or something.
He suddenly understood. With so much nonsense on the telly, it was quite understandable she would believe such a hoax, especially if she'd witnessed him appearing out of nowhere. Perhaps she'd been able to see through the mist a bit better than he had, though she surely would have mentioned it before now. In any case, the lass needed reassurance, and quickly, or she might ban him from the premises. He wasn't certain, mind, but he suspected that his services to the folks at Haggart's Grill was far from over, or else Sonny would have collected him once the dishes were washed, aye. At least he hoped he was still needed. "Och, lass, I've no camera, I wear no wire, as they do on the television programmes. I vow it, I've not come to mock ye, only to help ye however I can, for as long as I'm able. On the other hand, if you'd rather I went along my way, I'll oblige. Just say the word. I can understand why a woman like yourself would find it hard to trust a stranger, what with ye working in such a remote place, such as this. But if my word means anything at all to ye, I vow I mean ye no harm. I mean to bring ye no shame. The lass stared into his eyes for a long moment, and he willed himself to open his soul to her, if that is what she needed to say. After a bit she swallowed with effort, then nodded.
All right.
Her gaze dropped to his bare shoulder, then glanced away quickly.
If you do plan to stay, you might want to protect that.
She gestured to his chest, though she kept her attention on the table.
You know, you're killed.
She frowned.
Come to think of it, I didn't notice any luggage.
No luggage.
And no car?
No car. But when my friend collects me, I will need for nothing. She shrugged.
Sorry, none of my business. But I do worry about your, you know.
She gestured to his person again.
After the rest of the evening crew arrives, I'll go up to the garage and fish out some of Mott's old things. There are some shirts I haven't had the heart to give away. Maybe a pair of jeans. I'm not promising anything.
I appreciate the thought in any case, Miss Mott. She rolled her eyes.
No use getting formal now, right?
Oh, thank you, Angel. The lass blushed profusely, something he'd never seen her do, except when speaking with him or staring at him. Perhaps he affected her more than he thought, but he was surprised to discover he was equally as interested in impressing Angel Mott as he was in getting his arm around her. He gave her his most practised smile and watched her squirm. "You trust me, then?" She drew a dramatic breath and blew it out.
Of course I want to trust you. You've been a great help to us all day, but you haven't asked for anything in return other than...
Bacon. Her sudden grin had him squirming as well.
Yes, bacon. You have to see how suspicious that seems.
He nodded. Aye, I see your point, lass. Shall I be truthful? The smile disappeared and her spine straightened. With a nod, she bid him continue. He noted the sudden shaking of her hands, and it pained him to see such uncertainty in an obviously strong young woman. Something worried at the lass, and he'd unintentionally added to that worry. He reached across the table's surface and collected her hands in his once again. There was no paint nor polish. Like the rest of her, there was nothing artificial there. A simple ring she wore on her right hand that bore a single pink stone. Around her neck hung a black string of leather with a small silver heart that drew his attention to the still blushing glow of her throat. Her shaking hands calmed, her chin lifted.
You're from the Simplet brothers, aren't you? They sent you to find out if I'll be able to make the balloon repayment, didn't they?
He shook his head quickly. You worry for naught, lass. After I happened upon you this morning, I knew I should remain because I recognised ye.
What?
She tried to pull her hands away, but he held them firmly.
From where? I've never seen you before.
From a dream I dreamt not long ago. She lowered her head, not unlike an animal preparing to charge.
A dream?
He grimaced and waggled his head from side to side. Well, a waking dream, more like.
A waking dream?
She seemed no more impressed. He huffed out his breath. Of pity, lass, it's not an easy thing to explain. Long ago I had visions aplenty. These days they're few, but not a one of them have proven false.
So now you're a fortune-teller? A Scottish, dishwashing fortune-teller with no luggage?
2 cars emerged from under the overpass and drew their attention. They turned into the parking lot as she pulled her hands away and stood.
We'll have to continue this conversation later, Mr. Robertson. For now, you'd better go grab something to eat and Maybe get some fresh air. That is, if you still plan to stick around.
Please, lass, even if you think me daft, you must call me Finn. She forced her lips into a tight smile.
Crazy I can handle, Finn. The question is, are you dangerous?
He grinned and shook his head while he stood, then pushed his chair onto the table. Nay, lass, for the witch who sent me here neglected to send my weapons along. Reluctantly she laughed in earnest. And though he had given her yet another reason to keep her distance, his conscience was slightly relieved for offering her the truth, even though she assumed he was jesting. In the end, Angel Mott would come to care for him, for he'd already had a glimpse of it. And though he knew their paths were fated to diverge, what could it hurt to win her esteem in the meantime? Chapter 9. Angel couldn't help chuckling. It was a clever comeback. But the way the Scotsman had broken eye contact made her worry. Like, maybe he was only pretending to be joking. Witches, weapons, and telling the future. He had to be kidding. Out in the parking lot, a tall, grey-haired man helped his wife climb down out of the pickup, then kissed her cheek. A young couple got out of a small red car and held the hands of their little boy, swinging him into the air as they marched across the gravel in no hurry at all. The older couple paused by the rattlesnake warning sign to take a selfie. Waking dreams. Visions. She sighed and opened the door for her customers, but behind her welcoming smile, her brain was churning. Yeah, if Finn was serious about knowing what was going to happen between them, he was nuts, plain and simple, but it was probably a good thing. She'd been so distracted by those knees, those eyes, that nearly bare chest, she'd started to wish they'd met in her alternate life, the one she pretended she would have one day, the one with a husband and kids, and a driveway without rattlesnakes. She'd be stupid to believe him, but she was suddenly impatient to get those folks seated and fed, so she could go ask a crazy man just what he thought he'd seen in her future. Rifling about in the icebox, Finlay found an apple, a long carrot, and a plate of cold chicken that seemed all forlorn and in need of eating. He put the first two in his sporran and gnawed on the chicken while he trudged out into the yard and up a wee trail to the left. He had no intention of returning to the lower forest beyond the car park, for that was the spot Sonny had placed him, and he worried that returning to the location might invite her to take him back again. After all, he'd already been of help to the lass, and if washing dishes could be considered a noble deed, then he had performed his duty and was set to reap his rewards, both temporal and spiritual. So he would avoid the wee clearing where he'd first seen the lass. Besides, he had yet to realise his vision, and fate had already deemed that Angel Mott would be party to that unhappy event. Well, unhappy for him at least. The footpath was well used, for it was bare of grasses and growth. The moisture from the morning had long since dried, and his boots stirred up a wee bit of dust as he climbed the gentle rise. Looking ahead, he caught sight of another building tucked up among the trees, with a white SUV parked in front. It would be difficult to see from the car park. In addition, tall aspens and pines sheltered it from the road, even though he heard the intermittent rush of cars nearby. A wide garage door filled the near end. A regular door was placed along the side. Exploring around the far end, he noted a second story that sported a wall of wide windows that would give an all-encompassing view of the wee glen, with a burn running through the centre, where he'd first spied Angel. Though he'd never been inside the building, he knew the view well. He'd thought of it often, tried 100 times to discern the details, whenever he'd recalled the vision that included the stubborn owner of Haggard's Grill. Some of what would happen between them would occur on the inside of those windows. Thus he could delay the inevitable by avoiding the place. With Angel occupied elsewhere, however, it could do little harm to assuage his curiosity. He tested the door. It gave not at all. He strode around the building once more. A wee veranda was attached to the upper story. A squirrel took one look at him and leapt from the railing onto a heavy pine bough and unwittingly demonstrated how Finn could access the French door. The tree itself had been stripped of its lower branches, but the remnants thereof created a convenient ladder. He simply had to climb higher than the landing itself in order to leap over the bouncing bough that never would have held him and end on the balcony. He landed with hardly a sound. The terrace was sturdy and gave no notice of his weight or the force with which he'd arrived upon it. Upon examining the construction beneath him and the door casing, Finn had to admire the craftsmanship of something meant for little more than a shelter for automobiles. But he feared it was intended for more than that. Cupping his hands to his temples, he peered inside. It was just as he suspected. Someone was living in there, and he was certain that someone was Angel Mott, an unmarried and desirable woman who had no business living on her own on the mountain, with a veritable ladder leading to her door. And though he had no business stepping into her private quarters, he turned the handle intending to do just that. He was both pleased and frustrated to find that it was locked and secure. Well, as secure as a door of glass can be. Any determined intruder would think nothing of breaking through, and he would take his first opportunity to bring it to her attention. But for the moment he was thwarted. He climbed to the outside of the railing, grabbed the bars low, then swung off. With the ground a mere 5 feet away, he allowed himself to fall. Still obsessed with the idea of getting inside, he walked around the corner to check the garage door. It was secured as well. It was no use. Unless he asked for a key, which he would not do, he would have to wait to look out those windows until his vision was ready to unfold, and he was in no hurry to see that happen. He considered walking farther up the trail, but the SUV caught his attention. How many times had he seen a garage door opened with the press of a button from inside a vehicle? His feet hurried him to the side of the car, and though he hoped Angel was too intelligent to leave her lovely vehicle unlocked, he prayed she'd done just that. He held his breath and lifted the handle. It gave with a gentle click. Attached to the visor was a small silver clamp. On the other side was the contraption he sought. A low hum signalled the opening of the garage door, and his heart leapt with anticipation. He simply needed to get in, take a good look, and get out again. None would be the wiser, and it could be accomplished before the last stepped foot outside her restaurant. Chapter 10. The rear entrance opened, and 2 familiar and extremely welcome people walked through to the kitchen, where Angel was plating orders she'd cooked herself.
Can this day get any better?
Angel greeted her wayward chef, Kurt, with a big hug.
You just passing through, or are you here to work?
The playboy winked and let go of her hips long after he should have. It was a Kurt thing. He got through life that way, schmoozing anyone who needed schmoozing, giving them a little more attention than they expected, giving them what he believed they wanted. She wished she wasn't so easy for him to read, but there wasn't a lot she could do to fix that. Cassie, one of her evening waitresses, pushed him out of the way and took a hug for herself.
When I found out he was back in town, I told him you were short today, and I asked if he wanted to ride up the hill.
My river rafting gig is over for the summer. Someone died. Not on my watch, of course, and the cancellations came pouring in. So if you need me... Angel wished she could turn him down, but they both knew he was her best chef, and she was lucky she didn't have to wait until fall to get him back.
Yes, I need you. Cassie, can you take these out to table 6? Check on the others? I need to run up to the garage, if you two can take over now.
Cassie quickly washed her hands and got to work. Kurt grabbed an apron and glanced at the rail, but the orders had all been filled. Guess I'll prep for the dinner rush.
Jordan will be thrilled. He'll also be thrilled to have tomorrow off if you're going to be around.
I'll be here.
All day?
Great.
Good.
Angel slipped off her apron and stuffed it in the laundry bag.
I've got 3 others coming. With me and Finn, I think we'll be covered, so Sherry and Dante can have the day off too. We can look at the rest of the schedule tomorrow.
She headed for the back entrance. Mott? She paused and turned.
Yeah?
Who's Finn? Her face heated instantly.
Sherry can tell you about it. They've all got another half-hour left. I'll be back by then too.
Tossing her immediate responsibilities into someone else's arms put a grin on her face. Not finding the Scotsman outside stole it away again. But she assured herself he wouldn't leave without at least saying goodbye, so he was probably wandering around by the stream. Jordan was sitting in his car with his music on. Dante was seated at the old picnic table, arms folded for a pillow, his eyes closed. She didn't have the heart to bug him just to ask if he knew where their crazy dishwasher had gone, so she headed for the garage, hoping she might see him from the windows of her apartment. Kurt was back. Unless he found something more exciting to do with his summer, her life just got a little easier. Maybe now she'd have some quiet time to figure out how to make a lot of money fast. She was sorry that someone had died on a rafting trip, but the fallout was an answer to her prayers. Eventually, everyone she'd ever employed had discovered how isolated haggards could be, and those who needed more excitement in their lives, like Kurt, made other plans for the summer. When the winter came again and those thrill-seekers needed to start saving for their next summer's adventures, they knew she'd take them back. She had no choice. Too few were willing to come up from the city every day, drive down a winding canyon every night, and work like a dog for only a few dollars more than they could make in town. But at least they came back. Secretly, silently, she hoped that Finlay Robertson, crazy or not, would be bitten by the haggard bug and come back some day, even if their lives were half a world apart. Most people didn't pay attention to such things, but since Angel spent every morning deciphering tracks in the dirt and mud, she immediately noticed footprints on the path that shouldn't be there. Large boot prints. So she was alone in the woods with Finlay Robertson again, and though her adrenaline poured into her bloodstream just as it had that morning, she wasn't afraid like the last time. Still, the overload made her body shake enough to hear it in her breathing. It was like she was 16 again and teeming with hormones.
Deep breath, deep breath.
What now? Did she go on about her business, track down some clothes for him and return to the restaurant? Or did she follow him up the hill like a fangirl? Maybe he'd noticed the signs for the spring and was looking for it. Maybe his idea of taking a break from work was to go for a hike. Either way, she ought to leave him alone. When she neared the garage, however, it was clear she would be interrupting his lunch hour after all, since his tracks indicated he'd invaded her home. It appeared as though he'd walked around the place, but there was no question that a single set of boot prints led straight under the closed garage door and never came out again.
What the hell?
She marched over to the Jeep and checked the door. Still locked.
How did he get in?
Instead of using the garage door opener in the car, which would give her away, she fished out her keys and opened the side door. An idiotic angel on her shoulder suggested he might have used some sort of magic to get the big door to open, or maybe walked through the door itself like a ghost. But Angel mentally flicked the stupid Cupid into the dirt and left her there. She stepped inside and closed the door silently behind her. It might not be wise to cut off her own escape, but she still felt like the Scot was no threat to her. Even if he were delusional, she'd seen enough of his work ethic and old-fashioned generosity to trust him. The realization was a surprise. She wasn't the type of woman to trust quickly or easily. It was a necessity when she lived alone on a mountainside with a variety of men streaming through her restaurant every day. A more pessimistic angel popped up on her other shoulder to point out that she was offering her trust to a man who had just broken into her home. But she didn't want to hear that either, so she imagined locking that nasty sucker in the red Coleman cooler next to the steps. The only vehicles in the garage were the four-wheeler and the snowcat she kept on hand for emergencies, and it was clear no one was hiding inside the latter. Finn had to be upstairs. Thanks to Mott's woodworking hobby, the well-built steps didn't make a peep as she crept up to her apartment door. When the door handle made no sound, she realized how much safer she would be in general if things squeaked a little more. If someone could get past her locks, they could sneak inside at night, and she wouldn't hear a thing until it was too late. The door opened into the middle of the kitchen. She stepped inside and held perfectly still, trying to figure out where the man was. She could hear nothing from the living room to her right, and her heart skipped and tripped when she realized he might have come inside to lie down. Maybe nodding off on a picnic table wasn't his style. She tried to remind herself he was in the wrong here, but she regretted not offering him a key in the first place. After all, he was stranded there with no car, no luggage. That pessimistic angel had escaped from the cooler and was jumping up and down on her shoulder again. The angel ignored it and headed for the bedroom, no longer worried about making noises and catching him off guard. But he wasn't in the bedroom. The bathroom door stood open, the room dark and empty. Maybe he'd already come and gone. In fact, she'd convinced herself of it just as she stepped around the wall into the living room and found his large form standing in front of the centre window, hands on his hips, looking down on her mountain oasis. In the shadows, the red of his kilt looked more brown.
I'm sorry,
she began, but she stopped speaking when he practically jumped out of his skin and held out his hands like he thought she was carrying the plague. Nay, lass, 'tis not yet time. We cannot be in here together. Forgive me, I must go. He hurried to the side door that led out onto a small deck, probably thinking it was an exit, but he couldn't open it due to a flip-lock she had installed along the top of the door. The way he struggled, one would think the room was on fire.
You can't get out that way.
In his panic, he failed to notice the lock. He finally gave up, turned to face her, and held out his hand again to keep her from coming too close. "How'd your wrist, lass? 'Tis too soon for us to part ways, aye, and anything you might say might start it all in motion." he eyed the kitchen opening and circled toward it. To oblige him, she moved out of the way.
Whoa, are you stoned or something? 'Cause I've no idea what you're talking about.
He stopped and composed himself as if she'd insulted him, which she practically had, but she couldn't very well take it back. I was referring to my vision, Angel. I'd hoped to delay its fulfillment for as long as possible, aye. She shrugged and moved closer to the windows, hoping a little space would help keep him calm.
Maybe it's not going to happen at all. Have you considered that? Maybe we've done something that changed whatever future you saw.
He snorted and rolled his eyes. Fate is fate, lass. Thus the name, fate. She tried to hide her smile.
So, you're saying you're not big on fatalism?
He frowned and cocked his head to the side, staring beyond her. After a long minute, his gaze returned to her face. That sounds rather disheartening, does it not? I must seem a downright curmudgeon. She bit her lip and shook her head in denial, afraid her voice might betray her if she lied. He sounded more like a grumpy old codger than a seriously healthy young man who couldn't be much more than 30 and could have the world at his feet. It's kind of you to lie, lass. He smiled to one side and turned her insides to pudding. Perhaps I should make more of an effort to get along with the living, aye.
Get along with the living?
It was a pretty odd thing to say, but considering the fact that he could use the word witch in casual conversation, she really shouldn't have been surprised. In addition, she was lucky she could understand him when he was making perfect sense, considering his thick brogue. Some of his strange phrases she had no hope of understanding. To be more amenable, he continued, let us say I believe in predestination.
Destiny?
His smile brightened. Sounds rather hopeful, wouldn't you say?
It does. Destiny does sound better. Like I was destined to inherit this place. Destined to live here. Destined to meet...
It was too late to backtrack.
So many interesting people. You know, from all around the world.
She could feel her face heat like she was leaning over the hot grill, so she turned her attention to the cool trees beyond the glass, wishing she could disappear into them before she made a complete fool of herself. She tried a little mind over matter and imagined pressingly cool, flat leaves of the aspens against her cheeks, or standing beside the spring 100 yards up the hill. A little creek water might cool her off.
Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in.
Sensing her control returning, she pasted a smile on her face and turned back to her intruder, prepared to be mocked. But the guy wasn't laughing at her. He wasn't even smiling. She would say he'd returned to his sober self again, but the look in his eyes was new. Hell, he looked so stunned, she thought maybe no one had ever gushed over him before, because that's what she'd done.
Gah.
For both their sakes, she acted like nothing had happened, that she hadn't just admitted to being glad to have met him, and he hadn't acted like he'd never heard a compliment.
Yeah, I mean, I see people from all over, not just Scotland. We're pretty close to Yellowstone, so we get tourists through here.
Her mind stuttered to a stop when he apparently set aside his fear of visions and closed the space between them. He held out a hand, and without thinking, she placed her fingers on his. He tugged her closer. Her chest pressed against his midsection, and she had to look up to face him. She wondered if that was what it felt like to be hypnotized, to watch herself move as if from a distance. But it all happened so naturally, like following his lead in a dance. When they stood toe to toe, he released her hand, and it landed smoothly on his sash. Her other hand quickly took its natural position on the opposite side, but there was nothing to protect that one from the heat of his skin. It was like touching a wild animal, dangerous and thrilling. Man, it had been forever since she'd stood toe-to-toe with a guy, and who knew how long it would be before it would happen again. He leaned down, staring at her lips, then paused. "I shouldn't presume." She made a face.
Maybe just this once.
His pleased smile slid away just as their mouths met. The kiss was tentative, testing, then firm. She ordered herself to seize the day and slid her arms up around his neck, but he was already pulling his lips away. He took her hands off his shoulders and held them. The angel didn't know whether to be flattered by his chivalry or offended that he found it so easy to resist the temptation of her, but she could hardly blame him for cutting and running. Once he'd wrapped his arms around her, he'd probably realized how far around that was. And seriously, a guy that lean had to be a gym rat, constantly surrounded by lean female gym rats. She was lucky he'd been tempted to kiss her at all. When she summoned the courage to look him in the eye again, he was frowning at her. His brows, pressing together, made little V's above his eyes. "You're displeased," he said, and took a step back, though he still held her hands out between them. "Forgive me, lass, but I feel something is wrong." He shook his head and looked out the window, then back toward the door. Something was wrong, all right. He was making a fool of her. She shook her head and narrowed her eyes, but he wasn't paying any attention. He only held her hands absently, so she wrenched them out of his grip. He turned and frowned at her again, like he'd forgotten she was there. "Heed me, angel. Danger is coming. The mountain, it shrugs." He winced hard as if someone had just thrown sand in his eyes. Then he opened them wide and lunged toward the only exit. "No time to explain. I must stop those on the motorway. I must stop them all." The angel followed, reacting only to his panic. He touched only a couple of steps and was quickly out the door. By the time she hit the path running, he was 50 yards away, headed for the trees and the rise between Haggard's and the road. By motorway, he must have meant the highway. He intended to stop traffic. If he kept going straight, he'd come out at the most dangerous spot on the mountain.
Stop. It's too dangerous.
He slowed, looked over his shoulder, then cupped his mouth to shout. When his words registered, everything froze. Her feet, her heart, her stomach. Landslide! But how could he know? She shook her head forcefully to get herself moving again. It didn't matter how he knew or if he was right. She had to warn the rest, just in case. Maybe she'd been too distracted, hoping for the earth to move onto her feet when he kissed her, that she'd missed the fact that the earth had actually been moving. Maybe he'd heard something she hadn't.
Stop!
She hollered at a couple of young men, laughing and shoving at each other toward the parking lot, carrying pastry boxes.
Get back inside!
She ran toward them, waving her arms to get their attention.
The canyon, it's not safe. Earthquake, maybe.
She was out of breath from adrenaline alone.
Go back inside until we know it's safe.
The tallest kid waved his keys. "We'll be fine."
No, listen.
His friend wasn't smiling. "You with that guy?" He pointed to the spot where Finn had run into the trees.
Yes, he thinks there's been a landslide or something. He's gone to stop traffic.
The kid was much quicker on the uptake than she'd been. He seemed to realize the danger immediately and headed for the rise. "He'll need help." The tall one was finally convinced and moved away from the car.
Go tell everyone inside to stay put, okay?
She backed toward the rise until the kid nodded.
Nobody leaves.
"Got it." She concentrated on keeping her balance while her shoes slid on rocks and caught on saplings. But those same saplings created a series of little ropes to cling to, as she climbed up the steepest part of the rise. She burst out onto the road long before she expected to, and quickly stepped back again to the edge. A diesel engine shifted and roared only 50 feet away. Its massive yellow cab looked like an angry face bearing down on Finn and the boy, standing in the middle of the road, waving their arms. The diesel shifted and growled. The wheels locked and smoked. Angel was sickeningly sure of two things. The truck could not stop in time, and there was nothing she could do to save them. Chapter 11. No matter how gruesome the next second might be, Angel couldn't just close her eyes and look away. The sunset winked along the diesel's grill as it bore down on the two, but at the last second, while the trailer swung to the right and the brakes screeched, Finn's huge arm struck out to his left and knocked the teenager so hard he flew completely clear of the asphalt, rolled over the gravel shoulder and into the trees below. If she had been another 20 feet away, she would have thought it was the truck that knocked him into the air, but it hadn't been. Finn had saved the kid instead of diving for safety himself. He'd knocked the kid away, and a millisecond later had been swallowed beneath the silver bumper. When the diesel finally stopped 20 feet later, Angel was already on her third scream. Cars slowed carefully behind the rig, then stopped. People jumped out and came running. The truck driver jumped to the ground. He pointed to Angel and asked if she was okay, even as he ran back along the side of his trailer, ducking and searching the blacktop beneath. She got moving. After all, miracles happened. There was a chance he was still alive. The driver stopped. Apparently he'd found what he'd been looking for. When he collapsed to his knees and buried his face in his hands, Angel stumbled and fell too. But she climbed back to her feet and got moving again. She had to be sure there was nothing she might do that could help. She refused to assume anything. Other drivers gathered around the trucker and leaned down to look, but no one crawled beneath the trailer. No one shouted for an ambulance. That alone should have been enough, but it wasn't. Angel knew she would remember every step. The incline was slight, but she felt it. There didn't seem to be enough air in her lungs to move quickly. 5 feet to go. She expected the others to try to stop her, but they didn't. The trucker wept openly, but never raised a hand in warning. That was far enough. She dropped to her knees and leaned forward onto her hands. Her head cleared the edge of the trailer easily. She looked where the driver had been staring, but the only thing lying on the road was Finlay Robertson's leather pouch, face down. The belt was broken, and the ends still attached, sprawled like arms to either side. Angel looked toward the front of the rig, then to the back, but there was no sign of Finlay's body.
Maybe I judged the distance wrong.
She frowned at the driver.
Where is he?
The man gasped a couple of times, then pointed vaguely. He crawled out the other side, probably checking on the other one. Thrilled Finn had survived, but horrified no one had tried to help him, she scooted and rolled under the trailer and out the other side. Back on her feet, she searched for a blood trail that might lead her to him quickly. She was sure she'd find him in a puddle of plaid and broken bones, but at least he was alive. She heard voices and followed. The driver had been right after all. The silly Scot had gone looking for the kid, and though the latter's face was scraped all along one side, he was sitting up and talking to a completely healthy-looking Finlay Robertson, who sat beside him with far too much of his knees showing. Angel tried to tell her heart to stand down, but it went on racing.
Are you kidding me?
Of course, she wasn't angry at Finn for escaping without a scratch. It was just unfortunate that she sounded that way. The man's knees snapped together, and his smile fled. "Forgive me, lass. I had to check the laddie before I could see to ye. I struck him violently, you see." "You think—" The kid touched his shoulder tenderly and sucked air between his teeth, but he was smiling. "I don't think the truck would have hit me as hard as you did." Finlay flexed his jaw and pointed to his chin. "You're wrong there. If I were a less stubborn man, it would have taken this clean off." He laughed. "Can he kiss the lasses without a complete set of lips now, can I?" He winked at her, then looked away.
I thought you were dead.
Finlay nodded and pulled his feet under him as if he meant to stand.
Oh no, don't you dare get up on my account. I'm going to call an ambulance and you're both going to have to go to the hospital and get checked out.
Finlay held up a hand to stop her, but she kept talking.
And if you don't have insurance, it doesn't matter. Haggard's will cover it.
The Scot put his chin on his chest and his arm shot out to the right like he needed to catch his balance. She worried he might have a serious head injury after all, but when his head snapped up again, his face was pale, but his eyes were clear. "Me Angel, we must get those folks off the road, and now." Chapter 12. Off the road? Sure. It didn't matter that she was sick to her stomach from watching him take a semi to the face, or that she was sure she'd heard his head smack the ground. It didn't matter that he shouldn't have much of a head left, or a face, because he was sitting there as if it had all been her imagination, helping someone else, ordering her around, when she'd been dead sure that lovely brogue had been silenced forever. Off the road, right. She gave Finn a nod and hurried back up the rise. His earthquake or landslide had yet to happen, apparently, and once again it didn't matter if he was right or wrong. If there was a chance someone might be hurt, she would do whatever she could to prevent that. Finn had risked his life to stop traffic. The least she could do was get them all off the road. And even if it turned out to be nothing at all, if it turned out that he'd been working for the Simblot brothers, trying to make a mess of Haggard's so she would miss her balloon payment, she couldn't risk someone's life just to call his bluff. At the moment, she could forgive him just about anything. She was so relieved to see those blue eyes still open, still looking at her like they'd known her for ages, making her feel like she was part of someone else's life. Maybe in the morning she would regret making a fool out of herself, but for now, bring it on. She marched back to the middle of the road where she could see the trucker kneeling on the blacktop, probably still thanking God that he hadn't killed anyone. Over a dozen had left their cars to see what was going on, but the man could do little more than point and shrug. She clapped her hands together and moved toward the gathered crowd.
Okay, everyone, let's get everyone off the road. Either leave your cars or turn back to this exit. Whatever you decide, you can't go down the canyon. It's not safe. We think there's been a landslide or something, and maybe it's not over.
To her complete surprise, no one questioned her, and most seemed freaked out enough to forget their cars. She lifted the trucker's arm and urged him to stand.
Come on, let's get you inside. Leave your rig for now. Finn says it's not safe, and I'm inclined to believe him.
The man swallowed with effort and faced her with wet eyes. He's really alive, right? I wasn't just seeing things.
Oh, you're seeing things all right, and so am I.
Lass, now! Finn hurried to take the man's other arm, and together the three of them rounded the front of the truck and hobbled down the slope. They made for the restaurant and were 20 yards from the door when they heard and felt a horrible boom. Everyone froze. Angel felt like a giant hammer had just tried to pound her skeleton into the earth, but since she was still alive, still breathing, she got moving again. The white lights strung along the roofline of the restaurant flickered, then went dark, along with the lights inside. Quickly but orderly, people funneled down the doorway from all directions. The trucker's arm was wrestled out of her grasp as he got caught in the flow. Easily the tallest man in the throng, Finn's form cut sideways across the tide as he came for her, wrapped his left arm around her waist and took her right hand in his. "Time to play my damsel in distress, if you dinna mind." No, she didn't mind. Waiting just inside the doorway were 24 customers anxious to hear what was going on. Tables were moved aside so people could stand against the window, until Finn suggested the glass might break. Then the tables were moved back and piled on top of one another. They did little to barricade the windows that ran the width of the wall, but the hanging tablecloths might at least slow flying glass. Angel instructed everyone to move deeper into the building, just in case. The hallway would comfortably hold 24 people sitting on the ground, and the kitchen itself would hold another dozen. She told Kurt to shut off the grills and cut off the propane out at the tank. Then she tugged Finn's hand to pull him through the kitchen, past the restrooms, and into her tiny office. Once inside, she closed the door and faced him.
As soon as their adrenaline burns off a little, they're all going to want to know what's going on. What caused that boom? Do you know?
He shook his head sadly.
Oh, come on. You have to know. You got everyone off the road before I ever heard anything. Like you knew something was going to happen.
She folded her arms between them.
Were they explosives? Someone sabotaging the canyon just to shut me down? That seems pretty drastic for just a little greasy spoon.
I have no ken what has happened, only that the danger lay further down the glen. No matter what God may have decreed, I could not have allowed those people to rush to their doom, aye. For all I ken, automobiles have been crushed just as I envisioned. After 3 centuries, I've yet to see the river of fate diverted from its course.
Another vision?
She closed her eyes and sighed.
Nobody's going to believe you. But at least we know that something did happen. They should be grateful we pulled them off the road. But I don't think we should tell them you saw it in a vision.
Och, well, it is unusual for the men of my family to be afflicted with the sight. Either that or they're better at holding their tongues than the women. I've been given the gift and the curse of being a seer. Though I admit to you now, I'm a poor one. Perhaps because I'm a man.
I don't think you understand. We can't take that story out there to a restaurant full of people who are gearing up to freak out.
She put her hands to the sides of his face and forced him to listen.
We've got to think of something better, and we've got to think quick. They'll be dragging us out of here, demanding answers in about 3 minutes, maybe less.
Finn chuckled. I think you underestimate your fellow man, lass. She pulled him closer for emphasis.
You've never been in an airport where all the flights have been cancelled. Americans don't like being told they have to stay put unless there's a very good reason.
Someone pounded on the door and they both jumped. Angel, can you come out here? It was Jordan. He pounded again. You okay in there? You'd better get out here. People are starting to freak. Angel lifted a brow.
I told you.
Then she hollered at the door.
Yeah, we're coming. Just give us a minute.
She let go of his face, but stayed where she was. No matter how sexist it sounded in her head, it was comforting to stand so close to a man who was bigger and stronger than she was, and whether or not it was due to the emergency at hand, it felt like it was the safest place to be. Too bad they couldn't just stay that way.
So, any ideas?
He grinned down at her. How about zombies?
Not funny. You really do have to explain yourself. And none of this premonition stuff.
Earthquake, then. I shall claim to have felt one, then tried to stop the cars. The second and more violent one everyone heard.
Earthquake whisperer?
Aye. He nodded with a straight face. Will that suffice? Jordan knocked again. Angel! For the life of her, she couldn't come up with anything more reasonable, especially with her heart racing like it was. So she gave up trying and reluctantly moved to the door.
It'll have to do. We're out of time.
Chapter 13. Finn followed Angel out of the office, and when she stopped short, he took hold of her upper arms to steady them both. "Who the hell is this?" a man demanded, standing before her, but frowning indignantly at Finn. His blonde hair was tied in a bun on the top of his head, and his facial hair was full, but neatly kept, much like Finn's own.
Didn't Sherry tell you?
"This is the Scotsman." He made a show of looking around the lass's legs to see his kilt. What Finn really wanted to show him was the clear blue sky after he'd knocked the man on his backside. But for Angel's sake, he pasted a smile on his face that hopefully told the man to go to hell.
Finlay, this is Kurt.
"I'm head chef." His chest puffed out in an obviously territorial display, but whether he was claiming the kitchen as his territory or Angel, Finn could not say. The man suddenly affected confusion. "I was under the impression you were a transient looking for a meal." Angel gasped.
Kurt!
Finn smiled, just to irritate him. "You were mistaken." "Was I?" The pompous fellow looked from Finn's hands to Angel's face. "You all right?" He took hold of her wrist and pulled her close to him. Finn let her go naturally, but was gratified when the lass stepped away from the other man and gave him a scowl.
Of course I'm all right. Finn's a friend, not a bum. And he saved our butts today, so give him a little slack.
Above her head, Finn narrowed his eyes at the man who obviously had designs on his employer, and while he could do nothing about what happened after Sonny took him away, he was happy to keep the man off kilter until that happened. "Fine," Kurt said, "but don't forget we've got a house full of people who are wondering why your friend here decided to stop traffic before the landslide."
There was a landslide? For sure?
Kurt nodded. "A guy came in a minute ago, said he heard on his CB a huge chunk of the mountain came down and buried the highway not 10 minutes ago. He wondered how we knew already." He quirked an eyebrow at Finn. "In fact, we'd all like to know." He folded his arms and spread his feet, enough to say he could not be budged until his curiosity was satisfied. "I take it you didn't feel the earthquake then?" "No, nobody said anything about an earthquake." Finn shrugged. "And what do ye suppose broke the mountain to bring it down in the first place?" "You tell me. I'm sure dynamite could have done the same thing, and the only one to predict it would have to know about the dynamite." Finn turned the tables. "And just where have ye been this fine day, while we were here minding Angel's customers? If you've come to offer solace, I wonder about your timing."
Whoa.
Angel said, pressing a hand to each of their chests and urging them to back away from one another.
Let's not go crazy, okay? You've got an audience, remember?
Dozens of people stood in the hallway, the washroom, and all about the kitchen, hanging on every word. Kurt grabbed Angel's upper arm and tried to turn her back toward the office. "Can I talk to you in private for a minute?" She resisted and wrenched out of his grasp.
There's no need. I know what you're thinking. And he wasn't sent by the Simplot brothers.
She lowered her voice at the last. Yeah? How do you know? She made a noise of exasperation.
I just know, okay?
Why? Because he doesn't kiss like a spy? Kurt grabbed her again, which Finn believed was 2 times too many, and while their audience looked on with avid interest, he peeled Kurt's fingers from the lass's arm, curled them into the man's palm, and gave them a firm squeeze. It was the pleading in Angel's eyes that saved the man a long and painful healing, but Finn manoeuvred around her so that he stood between the lass and her ornery employee. When Kurt tried to move around him, he stepped to block the way. Have a care, boy. It was petty of him to say, considering they were of an age, but he doubted the man would behave without first being put in his place.
Obviously, the 2 of you can't play nice,
Angel said.
So Finn, you come with me.
She wrapped her arm around his elbow and towed him toward the swinging doors.
Let's find everyone a table away from the windows, and while we wait for news, let's get rid of some ice cream before it melts.
Though the lass wore a broad smile, Finn suspected she was less excited about pleasing her customers and more pleased that the confrontation between himself and the cook had distracted everyone. For as folks moved back into the dining room, they glanced between Angel and him, no doubt waiting for sparks to fly. To make certain they remained distracted, he caught the lass's hand as she passed by him, twirled her in a circle and into his arms, then looked into her charming, if surprised, face. So, you never answered the question, Miss Mott. Do I kiss like a spy? He pressed his lips enthusiastically, but briefly against her own, then spun her out of his arms again. Even when he swatted her backside, she gave little protest, and he refused to believe she went along for the sake of her customers. He nearly felt pity for the other bloke, until he remembered he had no business planting a seed in Angel's heart when he could not be the one seeing to the harvest. Chapter 14. True to his promise, Finn stayed out of the kitchen so as not to provoke Kurt. Desserts had been served to all. The departure of the sun left the canyon in a strange half-light, and though candles had been lit on every table, it was not yet dark enough to make much of an effect. So, in this strange limbo, with spoons clinking amid the murmur of voices, Finn stood at the edge of the hallway, watching Angel as she interacted with a young laddie and his parents. She was explaining about her famous rattlesnake stew.
Lots of people have never eaten artichokes before, so when they find it in soup, they think it's rattlesnake. I promise I'm not putting snakes in the food.
What about the sign? The bairn pointed to the window and the parking lot beyond.
We put it up for fun. Some people like getting scared, so that sign is for them.
The lad looked suspicious. Then there aren't snakes out there, onto the cars.
Nope, no snakes under your car. There might be a bunny rabbit, but no snakes.
She shared a look with the child's mother, as if to apologize for the lies she was telling to ease the lad's mind. Then she scooted a box onto the table.
This box has all kinds of treasures in it, and there are some toy snakes. We aren't afraid of toy snakes, right?
The little man put on a brave face. I'm not afraid.
Wonderful. So I'm going to open it now, and if your daddy will hold up the candle so you can see inside, you can choose 2 prizes.
Everyone did their part, and the lad was able to peer into the box. No one rushed him while he took a great long time examining every option on offer. From his position in the hallway, Finn could also hear the employees in the kitchen.
It's a wonder more customers don't bring their kids up here. Mott always makes such a fuss over them. You'd think word would spread, you know?
Said Sherry. You think it's her biological clock or something? The voice was Jordan's.
Don't be an ass. You know how she ended up here, right?
No. Then it was a good thing her mother left her, right?
Well, old Mott learned later that she'd been dying from some mean form of cancer. But at least the woman knew enough to leave her little girl with a good man. If you watch, you can tell what Angel's trying to do. Every kid that comes through the door, she can't help seeing herself. They can be holding their mother's hands completely happy, and she still treats them like she needs to make up for every sad day of their lives.
Yeah, well, maybe if she had a kid of her own, she might get over it.
Never gonna happen. To her, Haggard's is father, lover, and child. She'll never let go of this place unless there's something incredible to grab onto instead. And she'll never find something incredible if she never leaves. I was hoping the Scotsman might do the trick, but she said he can only stick around one more day. Then he's leaving the country.
Sucks for all of us. I really liked watching Kurt get his ass handed to him, and Finn hardly flexed a muscle.
I know, right?
The rear door closed, and the laughter in the kitchen ceased abruptly as Kurt returned from a smoke break. Finn ignored the man as he passed behind him, and instead looked at Angel through a different lens. He saw the strain behind the smile, the sadness in her eyes when the child wasn't watching. It was desperation, he realized, that opened her heart and her arms. She wanted so desperately to be loved, even for a moment or two, by a stranger's child. He was suddenly sickened with guilt for standing there taking up space in her life, when that space should be filled by someone who could love her, and go on loving her long after he'd been returned to his grave. She wanted a man, a child, a life, a future, and all he could offer was a few hours of easy labour and a kiss or two to remember him by. With the wee party now painful to watch, it was an easy thing to return to the kitchen. Keeping his melancholy to himself, however, would be a bit more difficult. So he shifted the attention from himself onto Sherry, who seemed happy to palaver on when someone had a question.
Angel thinks this place can save everybody.
Kurt grimaced. It's not the place, it's not Haggard's, it's her. He looked at the faces staring at him and ignored Finn outright. What? It's not a secret that she's saved me plenty of times. Maybe it's our turn to save her. Finn stepped closer. Save her? From what? Kurt rolled his eyes and still ignored him. Come on, people. September 1st is coming up, right? Time for her big balloon payment. He looked disgusted with his fellows. Jordan and Sherry hung their heads, perhaps ashamed not to have remembered this balloon issue. Finn asked Kurt to explain. He even asked nicely. The man sneered. Company business, bro. I'm sure Mott wouldn't want us discussing her finances with an outsider. Finances? You mean to say Miss Mott is short of funds? That it will take money to save the lass? Unless you've got $1 million in your little purse, it doesn't really matter. Kurt swung a towel over his shoulder, put his nose in the air, and strolled into the washroom. Finn felt absolutely helpless, with the realization that he was quite incapable of helping Angel. After all, what skills could he offer besides washing her dishes and knowing a snip or two about future events? Perhaps Sonny had been mistaken when she'd placed him there. Perhaps a Nuller of Culloden 79 would have been better equipped to serve her. It wasn't Angel whom had been saved from the landslide, and if God had already decreed that someone should have died down the canyon that afternoon, nothing Finn had done had changed that. He'd truly saved no one at all. Fate would not be denied. Fate could never be denied. The pounding of his heart picked up its pace. He scrambled to take a firm grip on his thoughts as they sped in circles in his head. Fate was something he knew quite well, something he knew better than Angel Mott. Perhaps he'd been sent to help her understand her own destiny, and if her business was meant to fail, he could help her accept it. The voices in the dining room grew loud and excited. The employees filed out of the kitchen, and he along with them. The customers were standing. 2 police cars had come to a stop in front of the wide windows. The gold writing on the sides read, "Sheriff." Jordan opened the door to let the 4 officers inside. Angel stepped forward and shook the tallest man's hand.
Hi, Mike.
She nodded to the rest.
Guys?
Hey, Matt. Mike peered about the restaurant. Looks like you already know what happened down the road, huh? A man at the first table waved his hand. I heard it on my CB right after it happened. These folks were already off the road. Well, we're hopeful there won't be any more movement on the mountain today, but obviously you'll all have to go back toward Jackson. The canyon will be closed for some time, and we've got to evacuate everyone. We're closing the canyon from the junction to the slide. He gestured toward the window. We'll help get that trailer turned around so we can clear the road before it gets dark. Then we'll escort you all out. Everyone seemed happy to be leaving the sanctuary of haggards behind them. Many stopped on their way out of the door to express their gratitude to the lass. The lad whom Finn had pushed off the road threw his arms around him and thanked him for saving his life. Embarrassed by the exaggeration, he shrugged and shook his head. You were never meant to die this day, lad, nor was I, as it happens. When the driver of the lorry stopped before Finn, his eyes were wet with fresh tears. I won't soon forget this day, I tell you. The day I was given a second chance. Yes, sir, it could have ended quite differently, and I thank God it didn't. I thank God every day it didn't. After embraces all around, he hurried out to the waiting officers. The one called Mike lingered. Okay, Mott, he said. What do we need to do to help you get this place buttoned up? She shook her head and took a step back.
I am not leaving.
The man's eyes widened dramatically. Oh, yes, you are. That's why I came myself, to make sure you got out. She took another step.
We're not even close to the landslide, right?
It's just over a mile.
See? Not even close. And it's not like the rest of the mountain is going to come down, and you know it.
She pointed to the door.
Go ahead and evacuate everyone. But I'm staying put, and I'll sign a release or whatever you need me to do.
I'm not leaving you up here alone. Who knows what this movement has shaken up? You might wake up to a parking lot covered with rattlesnakes, or who knows what. She will not be alone, Finn said carefully. We'll stay with her. He just hoped the man wouldn't ask how long he would be staying. I vow to keep her safe. The man's brows rose in surprise. Matt? She finally nodded.
That's right. He's with me.
The officer studied them both in turn before nodding. Fine, but I'll come back in a couple of days to check on you. To Finn, he added, keep her out of trouble. I vow it. The man snorted. You must not know her very well, or you wouldn't be so quick to make that promise. Angel rolled her eyes as she walked the man to the door.
I'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Finn was suddenly nervous about the prospect of spending his second day all alone with a lovely lass, for it would be wrong of him to woo her only to leave her lonelier than he'd found her. But the truth of the matter was this, that it was not he who posed a threat to Angel Mott's heart, but Angel Mott who posed a threat to his. Chapter 15. Angel left Finn inside and followed Mike out to his car, where his partner waited behind the wheel. She scribbled a number on the little blue pad in her hand, while he climbed in the passenger side and rolled down his window.
With the power out, my regular lines won't work. This is the number to that satellite phone I keep for emergencies. Call if you have news, would you?
Mike nodded and took the post-it. You sure you're gonna be all right? She knew what he was really asking, if she wanted to be left alone with a guy dressed in a costume, but the only thing she worried about was Finlay Robertson leaving. After he was gone, she was afraid he would become the standard against which she compared all men, something that didn't bode well for the male population of both Wyoming and Idaho, maybe the entire country.
Finn's very capable of keeping me out of trouble,
She said, then ignored the way Mike's brows suggestively jumped up and down.
Any idea how long it might be before they get the canyon reopened? Even a couple of days could really mess me up here.
The pity on the deputy's face told her all she needed to know. "I'm sorry, Mott. A couple of days would take a miracle. It filled the canyon a good 20 feet above the road, honey. But you never know. It's not like they've got to clean it out with a backhoe. They'll get some big machinery in here and, maybe it will be inside a week." There was little point in asking, but she did anyway.
And on the outside?
Worst case scenario, they'll have to rebuild the road. 3 weeks, tops. She forced herself to inhale, even though it felt as if the mountain had come down on her chest.
Thanks, Mike.
She slapped the door a couple of times and stepped back in a universal signal that their conversation was over.
See you in a couple of days.
He pointed to the parking lot where her employees were loading up. "Looks like we're just waiting on them." She waved toward the parking lot in general and quick-stepped back inside the restaurant where Finn waited for her in the shadows. As soon as the door closed at her back, her tough facade crumbled. All he had to do was open his arms, and she stepped inside. The thick swathe of plaid pillowed her cheek in soft, warm comfort. His chin came down gently on top of her head.
Finn?
She said quietly. "Aye, lass."
I think I'm gonna lose my restaurant.
"I am sorry," he whispered. "So very sorry." She had never dared utter those words aloud to herself, let alone someone else, as if saying it gave it permission to come true. Finn suddenly tapped her on the back. "Trouble's coming." She turned to see what he was looking at and saw Kurt headed back inside. Self-consciously, she took a step to the side. By the look on her cook's face, he hadn't even seen them embracing.
Forget something?
Kurt nodded. "Yeah, you." He gave Finn a dirty look. "You can come down into Jackson and stay at my place."
You don't have a place, remember? You're house-sitting.
"Doesn't matter. You can either come stay with me or—"
Kurt, listen to me. I'm not going anywhere. And if Mike can't make me, you certainly can't.
He wasn't listening to her. He was too busy staring down Finn, but that made no sense. In all the years he'd worked for her, Kurt had always flirted to make sure he could always come back. He was never really interested in her, or worried about protecting her. But the second another guy comes along who does act interested, he's suddenly the possessive type.
I don't think so.
She reached out and patted him on the forearm.
You know what? Stay right here.
The idiot took her comment as some sort of point for his side and smirked at Finn. The Scot folded his arms over his massive chest and said nothing. And while they had their silent pissing contest, she stepped behind the counter and opened the till, pulled out 420s and folded them up in her hand. When she stood halfway between the men again, she stopped and faced Kurt.
You're not worried about me, Kurt. You're worried about your job. Worried that if Finn sticks around, I won't need you.
He gasped in denial. She kept talking.
But I'm going to do you a favor. I want you to stop worrying, because you don't have a job here anymore.
She handed over the 20s.
You worked just a little over 3 hours. I rounded up.
But, Angel...
Don't feel bad. Haggards won't be around much longer anyway. The landslide might as well have come down on the roof.
Over her shoulder she gave Finn a brave smile, though she was feeling nothing of the sort.
Can't fight destiny, right?
He gave her a wink, and she turned back to Kurt, who stared at the money with his mouth hanging open. And all those times he'd come sniffing back, all those times she wished she could have told him to go to hell, every time she'd imagined the perfect way to tell him off, none of that compared with the perfection of that moment when she'd said exactly what she'd wanted, while Kurt said nothing at all. She almost felt sorry for him. Kurt glanced up and frowned past her as Finn came up behind her and laid his hands on her shoulders. Silent support. It was pure gold at that moment. For a few seconds, Kurt looked utterly defeated, like the buzzer had sounded and he'd forgotten to shoot the ball. But then, in typical Kurt fashion, he summoned his dimples and smiled his infectious, calculating smile. "It's all good. Don't worry about it." He moved toward the door. "Just don't be too honest when someone calls you for a reference, 'kay?"
Goodbye, Kurt.
It was her nature to thank him for showing up when he had that day, but she stopped herself. She didn't want to give him any openings he might want to use as leverage down the road. Not that there would be much road left. Standing in the dark, watching her parking lot empty and the taillights disappear beneath the overpass, Angel was incredibly grateful for the heavy hands on her shoulders, reminding her she was not alone. At least not tonight.
Thank you.
She said quietly, for fear of her voice cracking.
It means a lot to me that you were willing to stay. I'm sure Mike would have forced me to go if you hadn't volunteered. But what will happen if your friend can't come pick you up tomorrow?
I'm not much worried about that, Finn said. And if my departure is delayed, I've little reason to complain, aye. Besides, I've nowhere to be of more import than here, with ye. If any other man in the world would have said such a thing, she would have thought he was full of crap. But no matter how foolishly honest Finlay Robertson was, she had come to believe he was chronically sincere. It was hard to get used to, and it was natural to suspect him of punking her, at least in the beginning, but not any more. An awkward silence fell between them, and she had no idea how to break the tension, but luckily he did. Perhaps she could move the candles into the washroom while I collect the last of the dishes. Have you hot water, do you suppose?
Plenty of hot water. Whatever is in the tank won't cool for an hour or two. I don't dare turn on the gas until they come check the integrity of the lines. And I'll have to gas up the generators to get them started, to keep the refrigeration units going. But tomorrow, we'll have to have cold showers.
Cold showers? He laughed. I suppose under the circumstances that would be best, aye. Thankfully, he went to work clearing tables and didn't notice how her hands and the candlelight shook as she carried them, set by set, into the back. By the time she picked up the last 2 candles and used them to light their way into the washroom, she had a firmer grip on herself. They washed dishes in silence. The flames danced around each time one of them lifted a dish and moved the air. She washed, he rinsed, and put the dishes in the trays. The water was hot, the bubbles made it soft and silky, and for a while at least, she was able to forget everything but the mindless repetition, except when his fingers brushed hers, seeking a surer grip on the plates as she passed them. When it happened the 3rd time, she realized it wasn't by accident, and looked up to find him staring into her eyes. The smile she assumed was tugging at the corner of his mouth might have only been a shadow. He leaned close, but instead of kissing her, his mouth moved to her ear. Looks like the last one. Perhaps we should wash it together, aye. He rinsed the dish he had and set it aside, then moved slowly behind her. His arms snaked around her sides. Out of necessity, his chest pressed up against her back in order to pick up the last bowl and dip it into the suds. He took hold of her right hand, which held the washcloth, and together they swirled it in the bubbles, then wiped it across the surface of the shallow dish. "The light is pitiful," he said. His harsh words raised goosebumps on her neck. "We must make certain we get it clean." They repeated the process, playing in the warm, silky bubbles, until the bowl in question was the cleanest piece of dinnerware in the history of all dinnerware. Every cell in her body screamed for him not to stop, and the only bubbles that remained clung to the outer edges of the sink like they were catching their breath after a marathon. Finally, regrettably, Finn placed a gentle kiss on her neck and stepped aside again, dish in hand. "I believe it would be best to rinse this one with cold water." She cleared her throat to help shake herself out of the trance she'd settled into and make sure she was capable of speech.
Yeah, cold water.
The most brilliant of all retorts.
I'll start locking up.
It took forever to get a hold of the right key to lock the front door. Looking out into the dark parking lot, she kicked herself for not locking it sooner, before they had gone into the back. But then again, there was no one left on the mountain that might sneak inside and empty her till. Thanks to some backup batteries, her open sign still glowed red and blue against the window, so she reached for the little string that would switch it off, but she hesitated.
Will he ever turn it on again?
In a final act of defiance for the day, she tugged and turned it off, then turned it on and off 2 more times. No big deal.
No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Breathe.
She couldn't waste her forced night off worrying about things she might not be able to control, and she wasn't going to waste her first date in eons standing around in the dark when there was a dangerously handsome man waiting for her to clock out already. Chapter 16. With 2 strong flashlights, Angel and her date had the generators gassed up and the first one running in minutes. There was no worry about the food in the freezer. The door had been opened only once since the power went out, to remove some ice cream and desserts that had been consumed. And with everything else shut and unplugged, the first generator should last the night, and if not, the second would kick on automatically. She glanced up at the sky. Half the stars were blocked by clouds. So now what? With only flashlights and candles, there wasn't a lot they could do to pass the time other than things they shouldn't do. "Angel." She jumped.
What?
He laughed at her. "You can relax, lass. I've no intention of ravaging you this night."
This night?
He made it sound like after this night he couldn't promise anything, but he wouldn't be around long enough to test the theory.
And I have no intention of ravaging you either,
she said, sounding like a brat. How embarrassing. Of course, her mouth kept moving, trying to make him forget she'd said it.
I mean, well, after washing the dishes, I thought you might be worried about your virtue.
He laughed again. "I was, lass, I was. And so to safeguard us both, I think it best if I sleep outside."
I think we'll be safe enough if you stay inside the restaurant. Maybe sleep on one of the padded benches.
There was no worry he'd clean her out if she was somehow wrong about him. She'd sent the deposit down the mountain with Sherry. "Nae need, lass. I'm used to sleeping out of doors." It would drive her nuts imagining him wandering around outside the garage.
Might rain again,
she said. No matter. She had to give it one more try, even if she sounded like a nag.
Believe me, this little area is Grand Central Station at night. You won't be able to sleep at all. and I won't sleep worrying about you.
You'll worry. He stopped smiling and nodded. Then I surrender. I shall sleep inside. She was finally able to relax.
Eat anything you like. It's not like I need to save anything for the customers, right?
He shifted his gaze away, bit his lip and nodded. And she remembered his little talent for predictions, how he'd warned her that the mountain shrugged, and he'd been right to stop traffic from heading down the hill. He'd probably saved lives by risking his own. That's how confident he'd been in his vision. Did he know what would happen to her restaurant? Was that why he wouldn't look at her? She had worried all afternoon about his supposed vision about the two of them, but she was afraid to ask him for details, mostly because she didn't want to sound gullible. But she also didn't want to think of him as a lunatic. With the dust settled, though, things were different. He had a proven track record, and to ignore his talent might prove just as dangerous as ignoring his warning about the landslide. He was suddenly very interested in the sky.
Finlay?
He didn't look down.
You want to tell me about this other vision you've had? About me and you?
She wasn't ready to hear what he thought would happen to Haggards. He sighed and looked at her then. With his head tilted to one side, he shook it.
All right, let's make a deal. I'll give you 2 options. You choose one.
Don't you suppose we're still speaking of sleeping arrangements?
No.
May we go back to speaking about sleeping arrangements? She mimicked what he'd done, tilted her head and shook it. Then tell me of these options while I escort you to your apartment.
Fine.
Save your torch. He gestured to her flashlight. I see well enough in the black of night. He smiled to himself, some private joke she assumed. It was a huge relief she wouldn't be climbing the 100-yard trail alone. Typically she had a cook escort her up each night because she hated how wild her imagination ran when she was in the woods by herself, in the dark. In fact, if Finn hadn't volunteered to stay with her, she might have caved and evacuated with everyone else once she realised she would be making that dark trek on her own. "'Tis nae place for a comely lass to trod without escort," Finn said, reading her mind. "I hope you have a blade or some such weapon tucked in your belt." He put his hands on her hips and started a pat down. She stopped and spun to face him, glad it was dark enough he couldn't see her blush.
What do you think you're doing?
He grunted. "'Tis just as I feared. 'Tis a wonder you're hale and hearty, what with the violence that goes on in your country. I've seen a news report or two, aye."
Listen, if I had to be alone tonight, I would have brought the gun from the office.
He looked doubtful.
I would have.
"Like ye did in the wood just this morn. You were alone then as well, and without defence." She lifted her chin, refusing to be chastised.
Maybe I know karate. Did you ever think of that?
He grabbed her arm, spun her away from him, then stopped her momentum with a jerk. She was suddenly headed for the ground, with her feet flying out from under her. The dirt rose up fast to spank her, but a large, quick hand kept her head from smacking the hard path. He chuckled above her. "Aye, lass, I've now considered that you might ken the art of karate, and after careful consideration, I have ruled it out entirely." He pulled her gently to her feet, but never let her hand go. Instead, he tucked it around the swell of his forearm and led her back onto the path. "Admit it, Angel, darling, you're so distracted with ruling over your wee kingdom that you forget to care after yourself."
I don't...
"Wisht now, you do." She exhaled loudly, so he knew how exasperated she was.
Okay. Sometimes I can be controlling, and sometimes I forget to protect myself. But I won't make that mistake tomorrow, and if you start groping me again, I'll...
"Groping?" He nodded. "Point taken. I offer my apology," he said, eliminating her need to finish her threat. I misspoke apparently when I claimed these mortal eyes would see well in the darkness, and I simply wished to ken if you were armed. I should have asked, as a gentleman should have done. He was playing the gentleman, holding her arm between his elbow and his side, escorting her home at the end of a date. Only gentlemen didn't run around shirtless all day. 10 feet from the garage, he stopped and faced her. I should thank you for making my first day back an exciting one. The angel's breath caught in her lungs and stayed there, optimistic he might kiss her again, even though they were supposed to be controlling their hormones.
I can't take credit for the excitement. It's not as if I planned for a landslide to trap you here.
Landslide. He focused on her lips. Landslide. A dimple appeared in his right cheek, and his voice lowered. Who said anything about a landslide? He kissed her then. The kneading of his warm lips against hers was so perfect, so romantic it should have been accompanied by the sound of fingers gliding over harpstrings, but instead they were serenaded by a chorus of crickets and chirping katydids.
Good enough.
Beg pardon? He leaned back. Perhaps I need a wee more practice, lass. Would you care to give me another go?
No, I mean...
He chuckled and stepped back, holding his hands up in surrender. I believe ye have a habit of thinking aloud.
No, I wasn't talking about you when I said good enough. I was talking about the music.
Oh, great. Now she was the one sounding nuts. He cocked his head again and watched her without saying anything while the seconds ticked by. Then he reached forward, took her hand and pulled her to him, slowly, like he would pull a boat through water. I do believe that is the prettiest compliment I've ever been granted for my thoroughly adequate kisses. Air sputtered out of her mouth, and together they dissolved into laughter and stepped apart. His deep voice rang out through the trees and probably frightened away anything headed for the stream. She would have given anything to see his face clearly, but he had bent over to catch his breath. When he straightened, finally, he grabbed her hand again, though there was nothing gentle about it. Come on, let's get you home before you insult your way right into my heart, Angel Mott. They tripped along to the garage, with him pulling and she dragging her feet just a little. It was hard to simply let the evening end when she knew it would stay in her memory forever. It was natural to try to drag it out a little longer, wasn't it? But he was right. There was a real danger of their hearts getting tangled up together, even though they'd only known each other for a day, especially if his emotions were running as high as hers were at the moment. Getting romantically involved now would lead straight to heartbreak, with him leaving for Scotland tomorrow. So it was a good thing they were smart enough to stop, right? Unfortunately, there were no little angels left on her shoulders to advise her. She unlocked the door and turned back to give him the keys, holding up the darkest one.
This is to the rear entrance.
He took it and nodded. His face was completely in shadow then, and she thought it was probably better that way.
Good night, Mr. Robertson.
Finn. She smiled.
Good night, Finn.
Good night, Angel. She summoned just enough willpower to push through the doorway and close it behind her. Then she listened for him to walk away. When she didn't hear anything, she began to count. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3. It was over 20 long seconds later when she finally heard his feet shift, then walk away.
Let him go, Angel,
she said into the darkness. Then she turned on her flashlight and marched up the stairs to her apartment like any reasonable, self-respecting and utterly foolish woman would do. It wasn't until she was buttoned up safely in her pyjamas that she realized he'd completely distracted her from extracting information from him. She was so annoyed, she went to the wall of windows, opened the one closest to the restaurant, and called out.
Finlay Robertson.
She whistled loudly and shined her flashlight through the trees toward the kitchen windows, shaking it erratically.
Finlay Robertson.
In the distance, she heard a door open. "Me angel."
Finlay.
"Aye, are you in trouble, lass?"
No, but you are. Tomorrow you will answer all my questions.
Laughter was the only response she got until it was suddenly cut off by the closing of the door. Angel laughed her way back to the bedroom, blew out the candle on her nightstand, and fell asleep with a smile on her face. After all, no one could be expected to worry about anything with the power out. Chapter 17. Finlay took another bite of the strange little creation that infused cake with cheese, and wondered again how it might have been accomplished. He ultimately decided that he would have to puzzle it out on the morrow with Angel's help. Cheesecake. Amazing. As he'd wandered about the restaurant with a candle to light his way, he'd tasted a great many things, while careful to keep too much cold air from escaping from the refrigeration door, of course, and he'd made a number of discoveries, two of which stood to the fore. Firstly, other than the cheesecake and a few other concoctions, food had not changed much in the past 300 years. Sweet things seemed to be more important than in his day, but other than that, meat was meat, bread was bread, and fruits and vegetables had, for the most part, kept their shapes and colours. His second and most surprising discovery was that he'd been wrong. Bacon was not the greatest blessing mortality could offer a man. Woman was. Or at least the woman up the hill was. He could only imagine how dull his second experience with mortality might have been without Angel Mott to give it colour. And if he were only granted the one day he'd already spent with her, he would still be eternally grateful to Saint-Sauray Moor for placing him in Haggard. In a single day he had sung, danced a wee bit, and shared both affection and laughter with a good woman. What more could he possibly ask? More time with her? He couldn't possibly. Not when he knew the price his 2 days had already cost. Thinking of the wee witch now, he realised he should have shared his knowledge with the rest of the 79, so they might all refuse the gift she offered. But in ghost form, it had not the impression on him that he felt now that his heart was full to bursting for so many reasons. He dropped his chin to his chest in shame. "Sonny, grandmother, sisters, forgive me." And what of Angel Mott? Suspecting what he had to do if he were still in Haggard when the sun rose in the morning, he should be begging her forgiveness as well. For he had only 2 choices before him. Make her hate me, or make her love me. His preference would be to win the lass's love, certainly, but his duty was not to woo her, but to aid her. Alas, he could not keep his cheesecake and eat it too. At 3:59 in the morning, Angel woke up like she always did, stared at her alarm clock, and waited for the minute to change and the screeching to start. She had 1 minute of utter silence except for her breathing and the tick of the clock hanging on the wall in the living room. Sometimes her heartbeat was loud enough to drown out the distant sound, but not that morning. Tick, tick, tick. Almost time to get in the shower. take the brisk, bracing walk from the garage to the restaurant, and make the day's pastries while she listened to the ghost of John Mott as he reviewed the recipes, lectured on the temperature of the water and yeast, and reminded her that the only thing worth eating was made from scratch. The high-pitched alarm began pulsing. Her hand automatically shot out to turn it off. She pushed the covers aside, sat up, and spoke the words aloud that made her alert and helped her step into the day.
Coming, Mott.
She glanced up at the darkened window and remembered that, unlike every other morning, someone was already down in the restaurant, and the previous day came flooding back like a landslide. Employees calling in sick, leaving them short-handed. Finlay Robertson walking out of the mist like an ancient warrior come to do her dishes. Finn standing in the sink without a shirt on. Finn charming her customers, her staff and her. Kissing her, laughing with her, and practically panting over the prospect of eating bacon. Finding him standing in her home, freaking out about some prophecy, then running up onto the road to get hit by a truck. Her heart pounded in her ears once more as she remembered that moment when she knew he was dead. Then it jumped for absolute joy when she saw him sitting at the bottom of the hill without a scratch. Finn, opening up his arms and holding her when she said the words out loud that ripped her heart in half.
I think I'm gonna lose my restaurant.
It was hard to read the exact time on her clock with so many tears in her eyes, but it didn't matter. She made sure the alarm button was off and pulled the covers over herself. There was no need to be up now, no one to make pastries for. She should have celebrated the chance to get to sleep in for once, but instead she cried herself back to oblivion. Chapter 18. Angel woke again after the sun was up. For only a second or two she worried that she'd overslept and would have no pastries in the display case. But as soon as she realized how puffy her eyes were, her memory woke up like she'd stepped into a cold shower. Cold shower. Oh yeah, that too. She took a spit bath, brushed the heck out of her hair, and completely ignored how vain she felt as she applied her makeup a lot more carefully than she usually did. The smell of wood smoke hit her in the face the second she opened the door and stepped outside. A campfire, and close by. She forced herself to take it slow and not scamper down the path like a giddy teenager. The pop and crackle of dry pine logs drew her to the fire pit she'd built for customers waiting for a table in the colder months. 2 large chairs had been moved over from the veranda, but there was no sign of her Scottish friend. She wouldn't panic. He wouldn't have taken off and left a healthy fire unattended, and he wasn't the type to leave without saying a nice, gentlemanly goodbye. On the far side of the blaze, a small, fat bird had been skewered on crossed branches and set aside, probably waiting for hot coals. 6 eggs sat in a few inches of water inside an old tin pan that usually hung in the dining room as a decoration. She couldn't help laughing. Finn backed out of the rear entrance with his arms full, still wearing his kilt along with the sleeveless shirt that had finally dried. He held an old tea kettle, also a decoration, and her box of assorted tea bags. He looked a little worried at first, like a kid with his hand in the cookie jar, but then he smiled in relief when he saw her face. "A grand morning to you, lassie."
Good morning. I see you've started breakfast.
She pointed to the old pan.
There is a kitchen full of pots, you know.
Och, I wouldn't wish to stain your pretty pans in a campfire, aye. Besides, it is I who would have to scrub them clean again. She saw his point and moved on to the bird. She'd never eaten poultry for breakfast before, but she wouldn't tell him for fear of hurting his feelings.
You plucked it yourself?
He grinned. I might have.
How did you catch it? I didn't hear any shots.
He laughed. Perhaps because I went a hunting in yon refrigerated room, aye. She laughed too, and after he insisted there was nothing she could do to help with the meal, they fell into a comfortable silence, filled with the crackling fire and a breeze shushing in waves through the aspens and lodgepole pines to the east. It sounded like a massive flock of birds, only without the birds. He used the loose end of his plaid to scoot another pan away from the fire. I found some things in your ice box last evening. He had warmed up peas and brown rice, to which he then added curry and the boiled eggs. She pasted a smile on her face and tasted it, but it was surprisingly good. She wasn't usually a fan of Indian food, but the combination was clever.
I especially like the burst of sweetness from the peas.
It is called kidgery. It might have been the combination of wood smoke and fresh morning air that made her so hungry, but the Cornish hen was a delicious and perhaps underestimated breakfast protein. All in all, it was a much lighter meal than she was used to, and she liked the fact she was able to eat it sitting down.
I kind of have a ritual at this time of day. I like to go walk around, if you don't mind.
This is how I found you in the woods yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Was that just yesterday?
It was. She nodded and walked to the corner of the building, then walked right back to stand in front of his chair, blocking him in. She wasn't even sure what she was going to do, but she couldn't walk away again.
Please, explain something to me. How is it that before you showed up, my favorite part of the day was my morning break, a time when I could feel completely alone in the world? 30 minutes of absolute peace and solitude. It was the one thing that helped me get through my day, knowing that the next morning I would have that 30 minutes again.
She closed her eyes and paused for a deep, cleansing breath, giving her the chance to reconsider what she was about to admit. It would leave her vulnerable, and his reaction had the potential to cut her deep. But if she didn't speak up, she might never forgive herself for wasting the chance. She opened her eyes and found him watching her, waiting, almost hopeful. Was it really going to be this easy? He gave a little nod. And now?
And now, the idea of spending 30 minutes completely alone scares the hell out of me.
He scooted his chair back as he stood, then reached for her face and pulled her forward to crush her lips with his. It was a desperate movie kiss, and just exactly what she'd needed. She hadn't wanted to walk around the parking lot. She'd wanted to fly around the tops of the trees like the wind got to do. When he ended the kiss, he tilted her head down and pressed his lips to her forehead. I, too, have never before been frightened of being alone. And yet... He cleared his throat and took a little step to the side, like he'd reconsidered what he'd been about to say. I am more sorry than you can know when I say my plans cannot be changed, lass. And though I will cherish every moment and every kiss we have shared, I fear that ye will not. She folded her arms, suddenly chilled by the space between them.
And why will I not?
Because, Angel, ye will come to think of me whenever ye are reminded that you lost your restaurant. Those memories will forever be entwined, aye. Poor, sweet man. She wished she could reassure him somehow that he was wrong.
The truth is, I don't know what will happen in the end, but I will never forget you, Finlay Robertson. and I will never regret you.
He looked doubtful. She smiled.
You might be worried for nothing, you know.
Oh?
I admit I felt pretty defeated last night, but I was in shock. And now that the shock has worn off, I promise that I'm not ready to give up on haggards. You might be real big on fate, but I am real big on miracles.
Miracles? He practically spat the word.
That's right. The glass is half full.
She grinned like an idiot to see if she could get him to smile too. When he didn't, she told herself it didn't matter. It was her attitude that would make all the difference. It was she who had to stick around and fight for her business. And fight she would. Too bad she'd have to continue the fight alone. Chapter 19. Finn refilled the kettle with water and returned it to the hot coals while Angel went to her office to collect a notebook and a pen. She claimed that the best use of her downtime would be to do a little brainstorming, that she hated to let nervous energy go to waste. There was no use his asking why she might be nervous. The very mention of washing up the dishes had her tense as a cat. In truth, it made him feel a bit on edge himself. She suddenly jumped up from her seat along a picnic table.
I need to refill the generators.
'Tis done, lass. He stuck a finger in the kettle. The water was not yet hot.
Oh, thank you.
She sat again, flipped her pen back and forth for a 10 count, then popped up again.
I should check the stuff in the freezer.
Firm as a rock, lass, and the other box is holding at the set temperature. I've made certain of it. She nodded, sat once more, and finally applied the end of her pen to the paper.
Finn?
He stirred absently in the coals with a pole he'd made from a green branch, pretending not to be watching her every move.
Who is coming to get you?
Ugh, and so it begins. The beginning of the end. I believe it will be a young lass called Sansoray.
You believe? You don't know?
Nay, lass, I only know that I will be collected.
I thought you could see the future.
Only a snippet now and then, and only what God wishes me to see.
You can't see whatever you want, then?
He chuckled. Nay, my angel, I am already given more than I care to see. I envy every man or woman who can walk blindly forward, trusting and hopeful.
Then what you said yesterday about destiny sounding more hopeful?
He sighed, finally put his smoking stick aside, and faced her. Ye can only be hopeful if you do not already ken what is to be, aye. Knowing that the mountain would fall, it would have been pointless to hope otherwise. She laid her pen aside and tucked her hands under the edges of her legs as if trying to warm them.
And what about this vision you said you've had of us? I must be pretty bad if you don't want to tell me about it.
He took up his long stick again and returned to poking in the fire, searching for the right thing to say. It was far too early in the day to pick a fight, but he feared she intended to pick one in any case. He was lucky he'd been able to put her off as long as he had.
I'll give you the same choice I meant to give you last night, before you distracted me, okay?
He hung his head, then nodded. She got up and returned to her seat by the fire, angled it so she faced him. He sat back and gave her his attention. He only prayed that he could satisfy her curiosity without the need to explain just who and what he was.
You can either tell me about this vision, whatever you think is going to happen between us, and tell me the truth, or you can look into your crystal ball and tell me how long this canyon will be closed, so I can make a plan.
I have explained that I cannot choose my visions.
Then I guess you'll have to choose option A.
On the previous day, he obviously should have kept his mouth buttoned shut, but she'd been so suspicious of him, he'd hoped an offering of the truth might ease her mind, which it had at the time. At least she'd ceased thinking of him as a spy, and only pitied him for being a madman. "I should never have mentioned my vision, lass. It will affect ye not at all. It was but a warning, I believe, to guard my heart. But I did not heed it, and now it is too late."
You're saying I'm going to break your heart?
She closed her eyes instead of rolling them, but the meaning was the same. She didn't believe him. He reached over and took her hand, pulled her forward, and placed her palm against his chest. "Aye, lass, if you're very still, you might feel it beginning to crack, and when Sonny comes for me, it will split in twain." Her gaze dropped to his lips. She smiled, then she looked into his eyes once more.
Nice try, buddy. Now,
She leaned back and took her hand with her.
let's hear this vision.
Finn wondered if appearing before the judgment of God might be the easier examination he would suffer through that day, but he would simply have to wait and see, for he suspected if Sonny and her Uncle Wickham appeared to rescue him at that moment, Angel Mott would find a way to make him explain himself before he was allowed to leave, Moors be damned. There was no escape to be had. The moment was at hand, and he feared his second day of mortality would be cut sadly short. "I thought I was dreaming," he began, and stood. The heat of the coals was uncomfortable now that the sun had crested the top of the mountain, so he offered her his hand, helped her to her feet, and led her toward the veranda. But when the vision ended, I found myself quite awake. I could almost feel the ache in my heart, and I had yet to meet the lovely lass I'd seen. He closed his eyes and tried to put himself back in that moment when he'd stood among so many upon the moor, and yet alone, watching a vision unfold which only he could see. There was no one he might have confided in, no one to console him. The only one among the living to whom he'd ever revealed his visions had been his grandmother, and she'd been lost to him. He spoke as he recalled the details. "I stood above yon clearing, where the burn flows over the rocks and cuts in and out of the hillside. I recognised it from the windows of your home, aye. The moment I saw those sheets of glass, I believed the vision would be realised there. I was trying to match the angle with my memory when you happened upon me. I was so close, you see, that I feared it would all play out. In any case, at some point today, the pair of us will be standing before that idyllic setting, and ye will—" He swallowed the emotions already lining up in his throat. "You will wrest your hand from mine, slap my face and order me off your mountain, and certainly you will do it with all the hatred ye can muster." It made his stomach turn to speak it aloud.
Does that sound like me? Come on.
She stepped onto the upper deck of the veranda where the wedding arch sat at the far edge.
You said when you were up there yesterday, you were trying to get the angle right?
Aye, everything looked the same, but for the angle. She pulled the draping foliage to each side of the arch and looped it over a crossbar which held it out of the way. The sound of the bubbling creek became clearer, as if he'd stepped outside for the first time, and in his mind's eye he could imagine his vision lining up perfectly with the angle at which the veranda sat to the sunken clearing beyond. He faltered. She failed to notice as she looked through the arch.
Does this look any better?
He took a deep breath and continued toward her, telling himself it was far too early in the day. It would all transpire later, surely. She stepped aside to give him a better view.
What else happens in this vision? What do you do to make me send you away?
The clearing stared back, and his heart dropped, knowing his vision would truly come to pass in that very spot, just as all the visions of his life had come to pass. There was no hope for it. Fate will out. I have told ye all I saw, Angel. How many more times would he be allowed to call her by name? I have no ken what I will do to upset ye so. I only ken that I will.
I'm sorry, Finn. I think you're worried for nothing. I think maybe it was just a dream and it stuck with you. Maybe I look like the girl in the dream. Maybe the clearing looks like 100 other clearings with creeks running through them. Maybe you've just convinced yourself.
The satellite telephone began to ring, and the lass held up a finger and hurried back to the picnic table to answer it. After she did so, she returned to the veranda whilst she listened to someone on the other end of the line.
Are you kidding me?
She sounded more surprised than upset.
Go ahead, put him on.
Finn took her hand in his, fearing it might be his last chance to touch her, for in his gut he suspected the moment was at hand. After a few more yeas, her eyes snapped up to Finn's face, then alternately narrowed and widened, obviously horrified by what she was hearing. It was over. Chapter 20. A minute earlier. Angel ran to the phone, hoping and praying it was Mike, calling to say they would have the canyon open by tomorrow. Recovering from the loss of a day and a half of seals would be a great way to keep her mind off the fact that Finlay will have left the country. But he wasn't gone yet, and she intended to spend as much time with him as possible before he left. So she headed back to the deck where he stood, looking as charming as any groom that had waited for his bride to join him under the wedding arch. She tried really hard to listen to Mike as she made her way back. "I've got a Mark Simplot here, Angel, and he'd like to talk to you. Is that all right?"
Are you kidding me?
What could he possibly want? His balloon payment wasn't due until the 1st.
Go ahead, put him on.
"Angel!" She absently noticed Finn lift her hand and wrap her fingers in his.
Yeah.
"This is Mark Simplot. Crazy times, huh? You holding up?"
Yeah.
"The deputy here says he left my man up there with you, so you wouldn't be alone. Ma was relieved to hear it because his wife is getting worried. Mike has agreed. We'd like to come bring him home. Ma haven't been able to get through to him, and when Mike said he was up there, Ma figured I'd just come along so we can negotiate face to face." She actually felt the man's ham-sized fist reach into her chest and drag her heart out. There was a gaping hole left behind, and her lungs threatened to cave into it if she didn't take a breath. But she didn't want to breathe. When she said nothing, Simplot went on. "And I thought that as long as I'm up there, I could bring some papers with me and see if I can't help you unload that old restaurant. I'd like to buy you out and erase the rest of your debt to me, and my brother, of course. It's the least I can do considering what's happened up there. Sounds like it'll take weeks to open the canyon again, but we'll talk this afternoon. That all right?"
Sure.
She forced air in and out of her lungs while she searched for the little red button to end the call. By the look on Finn's face, or whoever he was, he knew he'd been busted. And what shocked her the most, after having the world pulled out from under her, was that she was tempted to say exactly what he'd predicted she would. She pulled her hand away, just like he'd said. Then she pulled it back, knowing that slapping his face wouldn't give her half the satisfaction she needed, but willing to take whatever she could get. But at the last second, she stopped. She wasn't going to slap his face, and she wasn't going to tell him to get off her mountain, even though she wanted to. She wouldn't even tell him to go to hell. Instead, she reached for his face with her free hand, rose onto her toes, and kissed him. She tried to tell herself she only did it to prove a point, that no one, not even fate, could dictate what she would or would not do. But then she remembered she was kissing a married man, so she stepped back quickly and brought her sleeve up to her lips. His brows tweaked together in confusion.
You're married? I could probably forgive you just about anything else, but...
He shook his head hastily. I'm not married, lass.
Don't call me lass, please.
She let her arm fall, turned her back to him, and stepped away. Dinna berate yourself. I've no ken what you've been told, but 'tis all right. Tell me to go, and I will go. 'Twas always meant to end this way, aye. She spun on her heel.
No, I'm not going to tell you to go away. I'm not going to slap you. I have proven that your vision will not come true. Don't you get it? Your prophecy failed, and fate can kiss my ass.
She hurried off to the side of the deck and headed for the garage. She might have even wanted him to come running, begging her to forgive him, if only he hadn't been married. Finn stared out at the clearing and let the pain of Angel's rejection wash through him, bubbling and splashing through his veins, turning him cold. I should count myself lucky I'm able to feel the cold at all, to have felt the heat of the fire, the sunshine. Lucky I am to have felt the warming of my heart. But it was a lie. He didn't feel lucky. He felt numb. And if it would all end in numbness, why had Sonny taken him from the Moor at all? Her sacrifices were wasted on him. His quest had failed. Mangel Mott was no better off for knowing him. He hadn't eased the pain of losing her enterprise. He'd aggravated it. And he'd lost her because of some telephone call. But how? Who would have called her to say that the man at her side was married to another? And how could he argue with them when the phone call had ended? The only enemy he had left in this world was possibly her cook, Kurt, who couldn't be the good sport he'd pretended to be after Angel had told him to go. Had the man orchestrated it all, knowing Finn would be gone by the end of the day? Had he been so jealous he would have spoilt their last hours together? Or was he angry enough over the loss of his job he was eager to hurt the lass however he could? He might have shared his suspicions with Angel, but he thought it best to give her some time alone. She hadn't sent him away, and he was not too proud to stay, even though she was angry with him. Besides, protecting her from a vengeful fellow might lead to a bit of vindication for himself. 5 minutes ought to suffice. Chapter 21. By the time Angel reached the garage, she realized there was way too much anger boiling in her bloodstream to step foot in her apartment. She could just imagine all the things she might start chucking around, and eventually something solid would end up flying through one of those big windows. At the moment she might not care, but later when the forest decided to go exploring through the opening, she would regret it. So to avoid that possibility, she stayed to the path and headed up the hillside. In case Finn came after her, however, she cut off the path long before she reached the spring, and ended up 25 feet above the clearing, with a clear view of her little kingdom. Her clothes blended into the landscape well enough, she was sure he wouldn't spot her. Unfortunately, she couldn't spot him either. She scanned the entire clearing, from the far left with its access to the parking lot, past the restaurant, and up the path to the garage. Nothing shifted, except for the water and a couple of small white butterflies chasing through the weeds. A small movement on the deck drew her attention. Finn was leaning on the railing. A corner of his red plaid could be seen in the V between two trees. It made her feel better to know that she could watch him now without him knowing. After a few minutes, he straightened and was on the move. He jumped off the deck to the right and headed toward the garage. A chill went up her spine at the thought of him trying to find her, but she reminded herself she didn't want to be chased by a married man, especially one who had lied to her when she'd asked him straight out if he worked for the Simplot brothers. Whoa, what a liar! She couldn't believe she'd taken the bait and fallen for all his distractions, and she blushed when she realized how many of those distractions ended with him kissing her.
You idiot.
She looked around and found a nice, dry piece of turf to sit on, and decided she would just stay put until Mark Simplot and Mike showed up. She couldn't wait to tell the big man to take his paperwork and shove it. She'd rather see the place go up in flames than let someone else run the business into the ground. The first thing they'd do would be to build onto the restaurant and give people no choice but to park up on the road. Of course, business would fall off once people started getting hit by cars. She heard a door slam and the Scotsman cursed. She didn't understand a word, but by the tone she knew he wasn't pleased she hadn't been inside. She, on the other hand, was pretty pleased with herself when she heard the quick steps of a man running up the hillside. Apparently he was determined to find her. Too bad for him. She turned to follow his progress by sound alone and bit her lips to keep from smiling, just in case her white teeth gave her away. From the spring, he wouldn't be able to look straight down to the clearing, and hopefully, when he didn't see her there, he would spend the rest of the day searching the mountain. Of course, there were footprints for him to follow, but seriously, what modern man paid attention to tracks anymore? She closed her eyes and listened, but all she could hear was her own breathing. If he'd made it up to the spring, he was probably exhausted and catching his breath. If she was smart, she would sneak back to the restaurant and lock him out. Only he had her keys.
Patient. Just be patient. Let him run in circles. Don't move, and he won't find you.
She heard leaves rustle about 20 feet to her right and froze. It might have been an animal, or it might have been the two-legged kind who had discovered a footprint off the path.
Dang it.
She should have anticipated that. Had she learned nothing at all from her little forest full of creatures? A second noise made her hold her breath. 5 feet away, maybe. A high-pitched rattle, and suddenly she wished it was only a Scotsman that had found her. There was nowhere for her to go. The slip of level ground was surrounded by thick shrubs that started behind her and ran out to the ledge to the left. But if she had stumbled into the snake's territory, it wouldn't be backing down. Her only option was to pray it relaxed and left of boredom. The worst thing that could happen would be if Finn came stomping through the brush, hollering for her. "Easy, lass." His quiet voice came from the right, beyond the snake. "I see the wee beastie." The rattles shook faster. The snake was freaking out. "Easy, noo. That's it, laddie. Look at me." Angel moved her head by tiny degrees to see if the snake really had shifted its attention to Finn. The idiot was swinging the end of his red plaid back and forth like he was hypnotizing it. The biggest diamondback she'd ever seen struck out, missed the plaid, and bit into the front of Finn's calf where the fangs caught. The man grabbed it around its thick neck, high enough to keep the head from moving, but the snake wasn't giving up. His huge body slithered closer and began coiling again. She had to get the bite kit inside the restaurant, and she couldn't move past Finn and the snake to get down the hill.
We have to kill it so we can get you help.
"Stand back, lass." With his free hand, he took a firm hold of the tail just above the rattle. Then he shouted and swung, letting go of the neck as the rest of the snake was stretched out. It made a wide arc before the head smacked against the ground with a satisfying whack. The long body sagged lifelessly to the ground. Finn stepped on the head and pulled back. The rest came free with a sickening pop and a slurp. If she didn't need to move fast, Angel would have stopped long enough to throw up, but there would be time to puke later.
We need to get your belt around your thigh. Did it bite your hand? If so, we need something to tie it around your upper arm. It will get to your heart much faster from your hand.
Easy, Angel. I'm here. She sat back on her butt and reached for her boot.
Don't be an idiot. You take off your belt right now. You've been bitten and you're going to die if you don't do what I say.
He stuck his hand out. She was busy tugging on her bootlace. Look closely, Angel. No bite marks, aye. She looked. No holes, no blood. Tears of relief flooded her eyes, and she attacked the laces like a life depended upon it, which it did, because he still hadn't taken off his belt. She could only pray it would reach all the way around his thigh. Look again, Angel. There's no need to worry over me. She finally freed the lace and got up on her knees, grateful he was close enough to reach.
Hold up your kilt.
Now, lass, we don't wish to push our luck.
I need to get this around your thigh, and don't tell me you're not hurt. I watched it bite you. I watched the teeth get caught.
Angel, prithee, look. She blinked back her tears and did as he demanded, but was fully prepared to rip his head off for not moving faster. Only his leg was fine. She pushed the good one back and reached for the other one, sure she'd been looking at the wrong calf, but that one was fine too. Consider, Angel, I was struck by the yellow truck and came away without a scratch upon me. I could not be damaged, lass. A mere snake could not harm me.
The hole's closed up?
They seem to have done, aye.
Then the poison is sealed inside.
It just seemed so reasonable, except for the closing up part, but she only had to worry about the poison. I am fair to certain, lass, that if a large truck cannot harm me, a drop or two of poison can do no worse. But let us move away from here in case your snake has bedfellows. Move. Yes, move. She'd been trying to get them moving all along. She got up off her knees and took a step, but she was suddenly dizzy, and the ledge started leaning toward her. Finn tugged on her hand and pulled her away, thankfully, and she was able to hop over the head of the snake without toppling to the ground. Finn held tight as they moved down the path. I'm not married, he said.
What?
I'm not married, nor have I ever been. You're the first lass I've kissed in centuries, and I've no ken who would have told ye otherwise. She started to laugh, but stifled it with a not-so-charming snort.
Centuries, sure.
Still walking, he moved closer so he could look into her face. I believe you to be in shock, my love. He shouldn't be calling her that, but she didn't feel like arguing. She felt like sitting down. No, she felt like lying down.
You know all that adrenaline I was pumping back there?
Aye.
It's gone now, and I think I should take a little nap.
Chapter 22. Finn helped the lass through the garage and upstairs to her bedroom. I'll go check on the fire. The same fire that had been cold for a while already. I wouldn't wish to be the cause of more adrenaline, aye. He gave her a wink, covered her with a blanket, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. She needn't know he was saying a silent and painful goodbye, just in case they never had a chance to speak again. After what had happened with the snake, he had need to prepare, for his departure might be as swift as his arrival. If she slept through an emotional farewell and yet another shock, it might be for the best. He closed her door and reluctantly made his way through the kitchen and over to the large glass wall he no longer feared. Staring down at the burn, he could clearly see that the angle was all wrong. He'd experienced an American-style freak-out for nothing. In case the lass slept for a while, he decided he could serve her best by going to check the generators, so reluctantly he left. Every step he added to the distance between them compounded to the heaviness of his heart, leaving him in no frame of mind to be facing bonny Prince Charlie. He had no energy to spare for the man who had brought on the destruction of the Highlands, when he would much rather spend those precious moments with his angel. But that was not the bargain, and afterward he would be returned to his dark, deep grave at Culloden, or perhaps more likely his soul would be shuffled off to the devil. For if anyone was to pay for the deaths of his grandmother and sisters, it should be himself. In addition, he expected that defying his visions of Culloden would be considered the worst possible blasphemy. In either case, God's glory awaited him not. On the other hand, saving Angel from the snake had to count in his favour surely, for when he'd drawn the reptile's attention, he hadn't worried about the consequences. He simply couldn't have allowed the thing to bite the lass. So at least in Sonny's eyes, saving Angel would hopefully count as his noble deed, if he ignored the fact she'd been hiding on that hillside because of him. At least he would leave little Mott with a positive, though frightening, memory of him, much better than a slap and a banishment from her mountain. He marvelled at her obstinacy. She truly had changed a future event, if only her reaction to it, and he couldn't help wonder if there were other visions that might have ended differently. While he mulled and moped, he topped off the generators and restarted the ritual. She would have enough gas to keep them running 2 days longer. By then, perhaps the sheriff could bring her more. And no matter how long she wished to keep her dream alive, who was he to say she should not? Who was he to preach surrender to a lass who would ever see her glass as half full? Who had already spit in fate's eye? The afternoon sun wasn't much past its zenith. If Sonny appeared now and demanded to know how he had fulfilled his quest, he could not say how he might answer. If he'd been sent to teach Angel Mott not to fight God's will, then he'd certainly failed. If he'd been sent to save those drivers from dying in the landslide, he could not say for certain any would have died without his interference. Then, of course, there was the snake, and who was to say that Angel would have known any danger at all had Finlay Robertson not come calling? His quest, then, had been for naught, unless the purpose in his coming was to meet a lass he could love well and truly, even if he hadn't the time to do it properly. Since the water inside the restaurant pipes had long since cooled, he took a stroll to the burn to wash a splash of gasoline from his hands with a bit of wet sand. In addition, he wished to relive the moment he'd met Angel, while the sights and smells of the place might help seal that memory forever. Without her presence, however, the moment was hollow, so he headed back to the cold fire pit. Passing the rear of the restaurant, he heard a noise inside and backtracked to the door.
Finlay!
Angel's anguished call melted his heart. "I am here, lass." She appeared in the hall, took in the sight of him, then ran to meet him. Her arms flew around his shoulders, and she squeezed him so hard he struggled to breathe. His plaid muffled her voice.
"I thought you'd left me,"
she said. I went to wash my hands in the creek." For a long while they simply held tight. If only they could have remained that way forever. But he resisted saying such things. "Your generators are full. You've 2 days of petrol remaining. Use that blasted telephone to ask Mike to bring more when he comes to check on you, aye?" She released him only enough to look into his eyes. Hers were filled with panic.
"You're getting ready to leave?"
He shook his head in denial to ease both their minds. "But just in case, I want to say what needs saying."
"Okay, that's okay."
Her grip eased a bit more. "Your arms are cold. Let us go out into the sunshine, aye?" He grabbed a thick scarf hanging by the door and led her back to the fire pit where only a thin line of smoke curled its way out of the ashes. But at least it gave them something to stare at. If they kept looking at each other like mournful puppies, they might end up setting virtue aside. And with his imminent meeting with Prince Charles Stuart, followed closely by his appointed hour to meet God, he preferred to avoid adding new sins to the pile he might already have waiting. He wrapped the scarf about her shoulders and urged her to sit. She only did so after he moved his own chair close to hers. Then she clutched his hand again, as if it pained her to let go of him. "What a coincidence," he murmured. "Neither do I wish to let go of ye, lass. Not until I must." She searched his eyes for a 3 count, gauging his sincerity, then nodded.
I thought you'd gone."
He didn't point out that she was repeating herself.
I hate to say the obvious, but you're not dead."
He chuckled. "Not yet, at any rate." He was careful to avoid her gaze then. "As I suspected, the snake's bite had nae effect."
"Any more visions? Any idea what's going to happen here, besides Mike or his deputies coming up?"
"Shall I try?" She nodded encouragement. He closed his eyes for a moment and imagined the sheriff's car arriving, but it was purely his imagination, nothing more. Then he invited the prince's image into his mind, hoping a clear vision would form, but again nothing was offered, no hint of what his future held after he left this place. He opened his eyes to find the lass staring at him with wide eyes. He smiled and shook his head. "As ye Yanks like to say, I got nothing." The slam of 2 car doors reached his ears. The lass's grip turned painful. Whatever the officer had said on the phone did not bode well, but it seemed he was about to discover what it was that had almost torn them apart. If not for that snake, she certainly wouldn't be holding his hand, and he feared a reminder of that phone call was about to inflict its damage once again. Did she fear the same, or was it something else? She made no move to go greet the newcomers. Neither did she call out. Instead, she stared at the ashes, and if it weren't for the tightening of her fingers, he would question whether she'd heard what he had. After a few minutes, someone gave a shrill whistle. When Angel disregarded it, he took it upon himself to answer. Ignoring matters would not heal what lay between them. They needed to face the truth before it was too late, before he was gone. "Back here," he called, though he and Angel would have been located eventually. Mike appeared around the corner of the building with a stout fellow following behind who wore a baseball cap that made his head look rather small in proportion to his body. Another officer brought up the rear. "Hello," Mike said cheerfully. "Nice day to be outside, huh?" "It is that," Finn answered, and stood. His and Angel's hands parted, though he could not say who had been the first to let go. Mike stepped aside and gestured to the next man. "Angel, you know Mark Simplot." For some reason, he was suppressing a smile.
Hello, Mr. Simplot.
She nodded sideways at Finn.
I guess you two already know each other.
The big man frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Finn inclined his head. "Finlay Robertson, at your service." The man turned his frown on Mike. "You said you left McLean with her." Mike pointed at Finn's kilt. "I said I left a Scotsman up here. You assumed it was your man, and since McLean is the only one missing—" "Your man is missing." Finn's stomach knotted to get his attention, and he felt the final piece of his puzzle fall into place. The big man nodded. "Came up yesterday. Said he'd stop by here on his way to Idaho Falls." "There's a chance, then, that he was caught beneath the landslide." The other men's faces and shoulders lowered as they came to the same grim realization. Mike ordered his fellow officer to make a call down to the site of the slide to see if they'd found a car in the debris, but he made no move to leave. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and gave the bigger man a pointed look. "We're not going anywhere until you tell her." Mr. Simplot's skin flushed a deep shade of red, and he briefly narrowed his eyes at Mike. "Fine." He took off his cap and passed it from hand to hand, avoiding eye contact with the lass. She bravely stood up to face whatever he had to say. "I was sincere about my offer to buy the place," he said, "and my offer still stands if you've decided that you want to sell." Mike cleared his throat, and the man blushed yet again. "But I doubt you'll have any trouble making your last balloon payment." She fumbled for Finn's hand and held tight.
I don't understand how you could possibly know how short I am.
"It won't matter," Mike said, grinning again. "Kurt and Sherry and the rest of your employees are making quite a stink on the news and social media. Of course, you wouldn't know that without power and all, but they've been reminding everyone just what they'll lose if Haggard's has to close because of that landslide. They've been all over the radio and—" He broke off to laugh for a bit. "Go ahead, Mr. Simplot. Tell her." The sigh of defeat escaped the big man, and he finally looked up. "Kurt's gonna be on 2 national news channels tonight, on a 3rd one tomorrow. Seems everyone is hungry for a happy cause, and Haggard's is it." Mike took up the tale. "I've been on the phone with the governor, Angel. He's had clearance to open the canyon from the junction all the way down to your place first thing in the morning. If you need product, we'll allow your supply trucks through this evening, along with sherry and a boatload of help, so you can be ready." He frowned. "If that's what you want, of course." Tears flowed freely down Angel's cheeks.
Give us a minute, would you?
Finn was surprised when, instead of jumping for joy, she led him toward the veranda. Even now, the wedding arch and the scene beyond made his stomach clench. Thankfully, she stopped and faced him before they reached that second step.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
"For what, lass?"
For trusting Simplot. When he said you worked for him, I couldn't believe you'd lied to me. But that was stupid. I shouldn't have believed you lied to me. I should have told him he had the wrong man. And if I hadn't left you in a huff, you wouldn't have been near that snake. You could have died.
"Nothing to forgive, lass. Just a misunderstanding. And it sounds as if Haggard's is about to become very popular, aye." She looked a wee worried by the prospect, so he asked what troubled her.
Parking. If it gets crazy tomorrow, Mike's going to have to help with traffic so no one gets hurt.
"Perhaps it's time to walk forward, unknown, into your future, lass. I'll have you ken I've great faith that it will all work out for the best, aye. From where I stand, your glass is full by more than half." He bent down and kissed her, as a distraction from the tears building up behind his eyes. But the clearing of throats cut their embrace short. "We need to go," Mike said. "Did that kiss help you decide?" Everyone enjoyed a hearty laugh as he and Angel returned to face them across the fire pit. Simplot began toying with his hat again. "I apologise, Miss Mott, for trying to take advantage of the situation, and to make it up to you, I'd be happy to entertain the possibility of being an investor here."
I don't want another loan. If this publicity saves us, it saves us. If it doesn't, well, I'll have to consider closing. I don't want to live under that kind of pressure anymore.
"No, ma'am. I meant investor. I own enough construction companies in this area. I'm sure we can cut into that ugly hill to the northwest and double your parking without damaging your pretty views." She and Finn exchanged hopeful smiles.
I will think about it,
she said. The other officer rejoined them, slightly short of breath. "They found a corner of a white pickup," he reported. "They're digging to find a passenger and the license plate now." Mike started moving. "We have to go. You tell your suppliers. We'll let them through at 6 o'clock.
Will do. Thanks, Mike.
Simplot replaced his hat, thanked the lass, then hurried to catch up with the others. Angel's voice turned tentative as they watched the others go.
Finn?
"Aye, lass."
Sounds like you're going to miss one heck of a day tomorrow.
"Aye, lass, it does." She looked at him then and swallowed with difficulty.
You can't stay. I heard that loud and clear, but you're going to have to help me understand because I'll be honest with you, right now, I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can explain to me why trucks can't kill you, why snakes can't poison you, and why your heart can't break. Because, except for you, everyone else standing around this dead fire is suffering.
"Och, lass." He opened his arms to her, but his angel held her ground.
Explain it,
she whispered.
Explain it or go.
Chapter 23. Such a wee word it was, and what power it had to rend a heart. Go. In his vision, being ordered off her mountain had been a mournful thing. Once he'd met Angel Mott, knowing she would banish him, had left him heartsick. But now that he loved her so, he would rather lose his life 100 times over than hear her say the word again. But was her worry well-founded? Would any plausible explanation satisfy her? Heaven help him, was he allowed to tell the truth? Why, oh why, hadn't Sonny explained such things to him before sending him along? He threw his head back and shouted to the distant blue, hoping against hope that he would be heard. "Sonny, help me!"
"Oh, Finlay,"
a light and familiar voice said from his right.
"Are you ready to go then?"
Angel's arm rose and her finger shook as she pointed at the wee witch standing a dozen feet to her left.
Did she just? Where did she come from?
He grimaced. "That would be part of that explanation you're looking for." Angel grew light-headed again, but it went away quickly when she remembered to take a few deep, embarrassingly loud breaths.
Is this Sonser?
She couldn't remember the name.
Sonser? Sonsere?
The girl said.
Call me Sonny if you like.
Angel looked her up and down. Levi's, pink shirt, and a geeked-out black cape embellished with serious bling. 5'5", maybe.
I can totally take her.
Finn snorted, then cleared his throat. "Angel, lass, you're doing it again. You're thinking aloud." She shrugged.
I don't care if she heard me. I can take her.
Sonny laughed, then tilted her head back and forth a few times.
You're welcome to give it a try.
She laughed again, then winked.
I'm joking. I'm certain if I had to fight fair, you could take me.
Angel was disappointed. She really didn't want to be nice to the chick who was going to take Finn away, but there wasn't anything else to dislike about her. Her smile was infectious, damn her, but Angel resisted.
You want to tell me why he has to go with you?
The girl stared steadily at her, all joking aside.
We have a bargain. Maybe he doesn't want to keep that bargain.
Sonny's head held still, but her eyes shifted to Finn.
Does he not?
Finn lifted his hand, palm out. Aye, Sonny, I'll not ask for another day. I'll not have you pay for another hour. Do you ken? Sonny bobbed her head. Her eyes shifted back to Angel, assessing.
And what of you, Miss Maud? What will you pay to keep him?
Finn stepped forward with a roar and held his arm out like a parent would restrain a child when he fears their car might crash. She pays nothing. I will go, and now if we can leave her in peace. Sonny shook her head.
But she's not in peace, is she, Finlay? And she would be willing to pay. It is written on her face, and on her heart, aye? But she must say the words.
No. He moved his whole body between them. Sonny, what do ye here? The lass is innocent. I've told her nothing. She's seen that I cannot be harmed, but have explained nothing. Surely. Sonny laughed, but there was nothing mean-spirited about it. Finn's shoulders relaxed, and his arm lowered. You would toy with me, witch. Angel gasped. Had he meant to call the girl something worse, or had he really meant witch? It would explain so much if it were true, but it couldn't be. But still, heed me, Saint-Cyr, I will not burden this woman with things she need not know. Finn faced Angel and put his arms loosely around her. He looked into her eyes and tried to smile, but failed miserably. Let us say our goodbyes, lass. 'Tis time. She shook her head and took a handful of his shirt in one hand and a handful of plaid in the other.
You're not going anywhere. You haven't explained anything. Tell me what the hell is going on. Tell me the truth. 'Tis all right, Finlay,
the girl said.
She should be told.
He looked away as if in pain, then pulled Angel against him so she couldn't see his face. His voice was a harsh whisper against her ear that sent delicious, agonizing chills down her neck. Can you not simply remember me as an honourable man who came to your aid on a difficult day?
Honourable? Absolutely. You're a regular Boy Scout. But what else are you? Give me the real reason you have to leave. And don't tell me she's taking you to jail or returning you to a mental hospital or somewhere you actually have no choice about. If you have made some kind of contract with her— He has,
Sonny interrupted.
Then maybe I can afford to buy her out. 'Tisn't money I must collect.
Finn squeezed her tight and barked at the girl. Do not.
'Tis his soul.
Angel held perfectly still and waited for Sonny's words to make sense, but after a few seconds she gave up waiting.
So this is the story you're going with? She's a witch and she's here to take you off to hell? Really?
She closed her eyes and took just one more second of comfort from his arms. Then she leaned back enough to see his eyes. She expected to see guilt written all over his face for even trying to feed her such bull. Or maybe he'd be laughing at her, but she wasn't prepared for the expression that begged her to believe it was true, that said, louder than words, that he believed it himself.
Finlay, you can't possibly.
I tried to tell you when we first met that there was magic in the mist. Clearly, he did believe it. There was no use arguing with him. So she glared beyond his shoulder at the girl.
What did you do to him to make him believe such a load of crap?
Though Sonny still smiled, there was no humour there. Instead, there was something old, something patient, something sad.
What did I do?
Tears puddled along her bottom eyelids, just a blink away from spilling out.
Once upon a time, I lost my heart to 79 ghosts.
Chapter 24. Finn dared not speak. The tension between Sonny, Angel and himself was as thick as had been the smoke from his fire that morning, and judging from Sonny's watery gaze, the grey stuff might yet have been blowing out. But alas, it was only emotion that rose up to sting all their eyes. If the wee lass began to weep, he was done for. Thanks to the human form he'd been granted, he was now capable of greeting right along with her. He only prayed they could both hold steady, though he would not wager much upon their chances. Sonny glanced pointedly at him. Angel followed her gaze, and when understanding dawned that he was one of the ghosts to which the lass referred, he felt much like the mountain must have done when a large piece of it suddenly came loose and tumbled to its feet. Exposed, diminished, irreparably flawed. He let his arms fall to his sides, expecting his angel to recoil, if not from the frightening prospect of standing so near a ghost, then from standing so near a madman. But she only pulled him closer, her grip on his clothes all the more tenacious.
There are no such thing as witches, not in the real world. Aye, but we don't come from the real world,
Sonny offered cheerfully.
We hail from Scotland.
Angel grunted.
Not helping.
She lowered her gaze for a 10 count, then lifted her chin, and in her eyes he found a reflection of his own helplessness.
I'm afraid if I say I don't believe in ghosts, you'll disappear.
He smiled. Such a clever lass ye are, but I'm not so timid a spirit, and, for the moment, still a man.
Until you leave?
Aye.
Then don't go. Say the words, Angel.
Sonny whispered the suggestion, then looked about her as if fearing someone might overhear. Dinna listen to her, lass. He gave Sonny a warning frown. It was impossible to know what she was playing at, but her impish grin implied it was merely play. Had she not been the young witch he kenned so well, he would truly worry over her intentions.
I don't want him to go,
Angel told her.
Say the words,
Sonny repeated.
You want me to admit that I love him?
She blushed and lifted her chin again.
I barely know you. I don't know you at all.
'Tis no matter. She but teases.
I have never really been in love before, but I'm... Say the words, Angel.
The lass looked at Sonny.
I love him.
Sonny rolled her eyes and shook her head before whispering the command yet again.
Say the words, Angel.
Finn realized he was wrong. It was no game after all, and he lifted his hand to cover Angel's mouth, just in case, but she batted it away.
I would give anything if you would let him stay.
Sonny heaved a sigh of relief and nodded her approval, but nothing distressing happened.
I suggest you put the kettle on, Finlay, while I regale Angel with the tale of Culloden.
She pointed at the pot on the table.
Fresh water, if you please, while I tend to the fire.
With a wave of her hand, she turned the cold pile of ashes into a hungry but manageable blaze that might have warmed a large cottage. He watched for a 5 count to see if it would turn white or green, but it seemed to be just as real as the one he'd started that morning. He peeked at Angel's face to see what she thought of Sonny's talents, and when he found her pale and wide-eyed, he eased her into the nearest chair.
Holy shit,
she whispered, and he couldn't help but chuckle when she repeated the expletive twice more before he went inside to do as he was bid. He was infinitely more relieved than he expected to be, now that Angel had truly witnessed Sonny's magic for herself. He'd witnessed the wee thing conjure her white fire a dozen times before, but seeing it afresh through Angel's eyes, he was reminded of what a miracle the lass had wrought. No matter how dire and imprudent the consequences of 79 resurrections, he had to admire her gifts. Once inside the kitchen, he filled the pot and replaced the lid. When he was ready to go back out, however, he froze. Outside, he would be greeted with the epic and heartbreaking tale of Scotland's destruction, and he was in no condition to hear it. At least, for the moment, he was still a man, and the emotions he was endowed with were 100-fold stronger than those he'd carried around the Moor all those years. The memories had unfortunately been resurrected along with his body, and he had to treat them like the sorest of bruises. To press on them might cause unbearable pain, so to give Sonny plenty of time to recount a bit of history along with the battle, he did what any red-blooded man would do. He went in search of cheesecake. Angel stared into the flames and listened carefully to her first lecture in Scottish history. But unlike her time in high school, she was pretty sure she'd retain most of what she heard, because she personally knew someone who had participated in it. It was like a basketball game being much more exciting if you knew at least one of the players. But her little history lesson turned into a horror story, and her sleeves got sopping wet from wiping tears from her face while she listened to the hell Finlay and his companions had gone through. She couldn't imagine what monsters their enemies must have been to chase down and murder those who hadn't fallen in battle, and what they did to entire families like Finn's. Well, it was enough to convince her that, had she heard the story as a young, teenaged witch, she would have tried to do exactly what Sonny had done. She would have tried to find some way to make up for what had happened to those 79 who haunted the moor, because they were haunted themselves, and Finlay was one of them. She had to shake herself to make sure she wasn't having an elaborate dream, and even if she hadn't believed Sonny was a witch, or that Finn was one of those ghosts, she believed her own eyes, and her eyes told her that a pile of blazing pine logs had suddenly appeared where papery white coals had been a second before. She'd seen the fangs of that snake get caught briefly in the flesh of Finlay Robertson's leg, and she'd seen that yellow semi crash into the man with such force there should have been nothing left of him, and he didn't have a scratch. He'd predicted the landslide long before she'd heard the boom. He'd predicted that phone call and how she would have reacted to it. She shook herself again. When Sonny had appeared out of nowhere, she shouldn't have been surprised at all. In fact, the only thing that surprised her now was that it took so long for her to add it all up.
What an idiot. I beg your pardon?
Sonny asked. Dunna mind the lass, Finn said, finally emerging from the restaurant. As I said before, she has a habit of thinking aloud. I'm fairly certain she did not mean to call you an idiot, sorry.
No, I didn't.
Sonny laughed, then peered closely at Finn.
You took your own sweet time, eh?
He wiggled the ceramic coffee pot, then put it next to the coals. My apologies, ladies. I forgot about your tea, distracted as I was by a small cheesecake.
Well, you missed my history lesson,
Angel said, as he leaned over to plant a kiss on her forehead. Nae matter, lass. I ken it all by heart. He winked and sat down next to her, then rested his hand on her knee. It was a heavy, welcome weight that helped her relax.
He's still here. He's still a man.
At least she hadn't said that aloud. She put her hand on top of his.
I'm so sorry about everything.
He shrugged it off. 'Twas long ago. Dinna fuss yourself.
I hope you don't mind, but I told her about your vision of your grandmother and your sisters.
Angel could almost feel his pain as he swallowed the mere mention of his family, and she was glad he'd been out of hearing while Sonny had described the battle. She could easily imagine him standing bravely on the field, unflinching in the face of that gun and cannon fire, eager to fight, but never given the chance. Then, if she could believe what she'd been told, he would have awakened the next day as a ghost, then been tortured for over 200 years, with the knowledge that losing his life had all been for nothing. Surely the rest of Sonny's ghosts had it easier not knowing what horrific things were happening to their families until much later, when someone came around to make a memorial and give details within earshot. Finn had zoned out, staring at the dwindling fire like he was watching the battle unfold in the flames. She squeezed his hand, but he didn't squeeze back, so she exchanged worried glances with Sonny. Thankfully, the young witch knew something to say.
With whom did you fight, Finlay? There were Robertsons in a number of regiments.
He blinked a couple of times, glanced across the pit, then nodded. I fought with the Athol Brigade. We had the place of honour, furthest right, front line, and before I had a chance to raise my weapon, I was shot here. He pointed to the right of the notch in his throat. I couldn't move. The bullet paralysed me. I bled slowly and watched the rest unfold, just as I'd seen in my vision, from the ground. I watched 2 of our lieutenant colonels, Menzies and Mercer, cut down. Then my cousin fell. When the battle was lost, not half an hour later, I was still alive to see it. He shrugged like it was no big deal. My biggest regret, of course, is not that I chose to fight against my better judgment. It was that I chose to leave home when I'd been shown what would happen there and at home. Sonny reached into her cloak and pulled out an envelope.
I was poking around in a private library, maintained by Clan Moor. There we preserved the records of many a witch and seer of Scotland, Muir or otherwise, because the information is still dangerous. Even in this day, it must be protected. But I thought you had the right to see this, so I made a copy of it. I would suggest you burn it at some point, for your own sake.
She stood and stretched over the fire to give it to him, then remained standing.
I must be going, and Miss Mott needs to make arrangements with her suppliers, aye?
Angel jumped to her feet and tried to keep Finn from standing.
It doesn't matter. There's no rush.
Sonny shook her head.
Unfortunately, there are other ghosts I must attend to, other arrangements to make. I canna dally.
She pointed to the letter.
I would love nothing more than to stay and share that moment with you, Finlay, but I cannot. Come, give us a kiss, and be quick about it, so there is no time to greet.
Finn grabbed Angel's hand from his shoulder and stood. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. She was frozen by hope, paralysed with fear. Did he really get to stay?
Aye, Finlay Robertson, you're truly a mortal man now,
Sonny said. He gave Angel's shoulder a quick squeeze, then hurried around the fire to take Sonny's hand. Angel would have preferred he didn't get too close, just in case, but she couldn't open her mouth quick enough to tell him.
I suggest you dinna risk toying with snakes again, for all my miracles will have been wasted on you, aye?
She grunted as she was crushed in a bone-cracking hug. You mean it? His question was both whisper and shout, like he'd really like to celebrate, but he didn't dare yet. Do you truly mean it?
I do.
He suddenly straightened away from her, but Angel couldn't see his face. He held the girl at arm's length. That would be fine indeed, but at what price? Sonny rolled her eyes dramatically.
Angel bought you life, you silly man, when she said she'd do anything to keep you, willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. It was a stipulation I gained from my Uncle Wickham when we were made the bargain. All that was required was her willingness, not her sacrifice, do you ken?
She left a stunned Scotsman staring at the parking lot and came around him to give Angel a hug.
Two of a sort we are.
Angel nodded and tears leaked onto her cheeks.
I feel the same. I can never thank you enough. Oh, you can. You can keep this bampot out of the road when there are trucks about, eh? He's a precious bit of baggage.
Angel couldn't have picked a better word herself. Chapter 25. Bidding Sonny farewell was more difficult than he had imagined. He would think of her daily, he was certain, and in time he would not build a fire without remembering the wee lass that had stolen his heart and then his soul, only to give them both back to him. Just after the witch disappeared, a playful bit of wind harassed the tops of the trees, as if Sonny were stirring them a purpose. Perhaps he would think of her each time the wind blew as well. Angel pointed at his belt, where he tucked the envelope.
Would you like some privacy so you can read it?
He plucked up the missive and stared at it. Whatever lies within, I would share it with ye. But first make your phone calls. We dinna wish to ignore tomorrow's opportunity, aye. She nodded, collected an armful of split wood, and added it to the pit.
May as well keep it going until dark, right?
Just so.
I'll have them bring up another generator so we can afford to use the electricity. And I'll have someone come and run a line above ground to the propane tank so we can have hot water.
She bit her lip while her eyes flashed. Go, Angel. I'm content to wait until you've organised your wee army. A pair of hours later, Angel finally crossed off the last item on her long list. If there was a contingency she hadn't prepared for, she would be very surprised. At long last, he settled in a chair and insisted she sit across his lap. Once her arms were comfortably settled around his shoulders and her feet dangling happily off one side, he opened the letter and was shocked to see his grandmother's hand. She always added an extra flourish to her R's that he'd seen only his gran do. The letter was dated December 13th, 1748. A note written by another hand reported the original had been translated from Gaelic to English in May 1843. To all Robertson seers, let it be known to ye and yours, to be passed to your posterity, that visions and forecasts, no matter how clearly seen and no matter how surely felt, can be altered. In February 1746, I was given of God a vision of the massacre at the Battle of Culloden Moor. I also saw my own death, and that of my granddaughters at the hands of the Hanoverians, wherein we were locked inside our home, and that home burned to the ground. Since I believed all my visions to be God's pronouncement, I believed our fates were sealed. It is my belief that Finlay Robertson, also of Woodshiel, and my grandson, was given of God a vision of the self-same night. Although I feel strongly that our visions were the same, he claimed that he foresaw a great Jacobin victory at Culloden, and that he would return home triumphant. Fearing for my own fate, I begged him to remain behind when the rest of our menfolk left to join the ranks of George Murray's regiment. Alas, Finlay would have none of it, and departed with the others. The battle was lost, as ye are all aware, and Finlay perished. However, my fate and that of my granddaughters was changed because of him, and this is a lesson ye must pass along to all the gifted and cursed sons and daughters of the Robertson family. Because Finlay dared challenge the visions he had seen, we were emboldened to do the same instead of resigning ourselves to what we believed was our destiny. We yet live. Though our beloved home was razed to the ground, We had removed ourselves from Woodshiel well before the government forces arrived to do their worst. So take heart, trust God with your soul, hold your life in your own hands. Alive, in God's good grace, Guinness Robertson of Woodshiel. It had been so long since he'd spoken his grandmother's name, even in his head it sounded magical to him, as if the name itself was imbued with her power. She and his sisters had lived. He could hardly take it in. They'd lived. After fighting them back all afternoon, the tears in his eyes could be restrained no longer, and they rained down upon his cheeks. The heavens were moved as well, and added a splash or two of cold drops to the warm and salty ones. Angel tipped her head back and tried to catch some on her tongue, laughing at the storm clouds that had gathered to cool their fire.
Because of you, Finlay. Isn't that wonderful? They survived because you thought you could beat it. You might have given up fighting fate after Culloden, but once upon a time you had faith. Maybe you weren't able to save yourself or win the war, but you saved your family.
It seems so, Angel. I can hardly conceive of it, lass, but it is my grandmother's hand herein, and it is a great gift for a living, breathing man to ken his death was not in vain. He was filled with such happiness he could not contain it, and Angel laughed along with him, until some onlooker would think them mad to see it. He only hoped Sonny. He quickly lifted the lass off his lap and set her on her feet, then stepped away so he could bellow to the heavens and not harm Angel's ears. Sonsuray, hear me, Sonsuray Moor. Please, God, bring her back. For the next 5 minutes, he paced back and forth before the fire pit, refusing to give up hope that Sonny would answer his call. He had no ken how to call her on a telephone, and by the time he found his way back to Scotland without currency, passport, or identification of any kind, it might well be too late. Please, God.
Well, you must have done something to please God.
Sonny grinned at him from across the fire, as if she'd never gone away the first time. Her smile fell away when she saw his face, and she turned to Angel.
What has happened?
A fretful Angel shook her head.
I don't know. I didn't dare ask.
Finn closed his eyes and thanked God for answering his prayer. I ken why I was sent here, Sonsuray. She cocked an eyebrow.
Oh, aye. You were desperate to share it with me, were you?
He nodded. Aye, I was, because it concerns ye.
Go on with you now.
Hear me out, lass, and promise you'll stay until I've said my piece. Sonny nodded.
I so swear.
He moved until he stood between the lasses and took their hands in his, then looked back and forth between them as he spoke. I assumed I was to teach Angel the futility of fighting fate, that perhaps it would help her deal with losing her restaurant, but as it turned out, it was I who was meant to learn from her that taking our destiny in our hands is not a futile act after all. The future can be changed, Sonsuray. Nothing is set in stone. He turned his shoulders to face her full on, to gaze into the depths of her eyes, and ensure she heard him clearly and understood what she heard. Sonsuray Moor, I have been granted a peek at your future. I have seen what is expected to happen once the 79 have found peace. As I've said before, I ken the bargain ye have made. Sonny stared back. Her warm brown eyes were as still as black pond, with no breeze to stir it. Whatever her thoughts, she would not share them. This was the secret she would protect until the end. Do you not see? Did you not read the letter from a gran? You must fight for yourself. Dare to imagine ye can have what you most desire. Dare to believe ye can change your destiny. She smiled sweetly and lifted her free hand to caress his cheek.
You're a lovely man, Finn Robertson. and I promise not to give up hope, aye?
But he could see she didn't mean it, and it crushed his heart to hear her lie to him. He took his own advice, however, and refused to give up. "Sonsery Moor, put that lying tongue back into your mouth, and never let it out again unless you're willing to swear, to vow that you will go back to your uncle and tell him what I've said this night. I charge him with finding a solution to your problem. I charge ye to keep your eyes and heart open to the possibility, aye, and dinna lose heart until you find your remedy. Will you make the vow?" Her nostrils flared as she sucked in a deep breath, held it for a 3 count, then let it out in a great whoosh. Then she spat on her hand and held it up to him. He gladly did the same, and they shook on it.
"I vow it,"
she said. He gave her a sharp nod. "And a good thing that, or else..."
"Or else?"
"Or else I will bring my future wife to Scotland, wait for ye on the moor, and let her kick your arse." He waggled his brows. "We've already established she can take ye, aye." Sonny rose up on her toes and pulled his head closer to place a kiss on his cheek.
"If there's nothing more, I must away, and quickly."
"You've something pressing to attend to." She shook her head and laughed.
"Nay, Finn, but I believe you'd like some privacy. After all, you did just call her your future wife. I only hope your prediction was not premature. Remember, you've just proven that your visions will not always come to pass."
She gave his hand a squeeze, then stepped aside.
"By the way, I can see why a man like you could wish to keep the lass close, aye?"
"Oh?" He realised his slip and grimaced, but before he dared face Angel, he wanted to hear Sonny's opinion of her. "And why is it I wish to keep her close?"
"Because she smells of bacon."
And with that, she was gone. Chapter 26. Angel casually moved a chair closer to the fire and sat down. On the inside, she was shaking. She'd been playing along, buying the ghost story, accepting the absolutely impossible idea that Finlay was a guy from the 18th century that had spent over 200 years haunting a battlefield, accepting that Sonny was a witch who had brought him back to life and had agreed to let him stay alive. It wasn't easy, but she'd accepted it. But it still freaked her out when Sonny disappeared into thin air, and once Angel was sitting and breathing and accepting all over again, her heart jumped with a little jolt of electricity at the idea of marrying the ancient, dead, bulletproof, now mortal again Scotsman standing before her. He rolled his eyes.
"Oh, great. What did I say out loud this time?"
"Dead." She sucked on her teeth for a second.
"My bad."
"Angel, I'm not dead."
"I know."
He twisted his mouth sideways. "No, you dunna, so I shall have to prove it." He reached for her hand, but she pulled it away, and his mouth dropped open for a 3 count before he clapped it shut again. She tucked her hands beneath her knees.
"Not so fast."
He clasped his hands together at his back and waited. If she rejected him, he could hardly falter for it. Discovering you've been kissing a dead man had to be difficult for any lass, no matter how brave she might be in normal situations.
"Finn?"
"Aye."
"You were thinking out loud."
"Was I now? What did I say?"
"Kissing."
He brightened instantly, especially since Angel smiled when she'd said it. "Guilty as charged."
"You want to explain this future wife joke to me?"
He reached for her hand again, but she shook her head, so he simply tucked a hand beneath her knees and lifted her, sat in her chair, and pulled her onto his lap. "It was no joke, lass, I assure ye."
"Don't tell me. You've had another vision."
He shook his head. "Nay, lass, this is a simple case of me knowing what I want and taking my destiny into my own hands, for I will have my heart's desire." He lifted her hand and rubbed his lips over the back of it, as if it were a fragile and fuzzy kitten. "That is, if my heart's desire will have me."
I hardly know you,
she whispered, then bit down on her bottom lip. He lowered his voice too, low to frighten the intimate moment away. "True, but ye already love me. Did ye think I'd forgotten?"
and you hardly know me.
"True, but I promise to be patient when ye think aloud. I vow to protect ye from all snakes, without suffering a bite to my person." She made a face, obviously unimpressed by his attempt at romance. "And, Angel, I will happily wash your dishes all the days of our lives." She pulled his head closer, and just as their lips were about to touch, she whispered,
Well, why didn't you say so?
Epilogue. 6 weeks later. "Hurry, wife, the Tilly folks are waiting." Angel took a deep breath and checked herself in the mirror one last time. The charming angel necklace Finn had given her that morning hung a little too far to the left, now a little too far to the right, and when she had it as centred as she could, she whispered for luck.
Coming, Maud.
Her strikingly handsome husband waited at the bottom of the steps. He was all decked out in his loud red kilt and sleeveless shirt again. He claimed it was best for advertising, since there would be cameras, but he used any excuse to put it on. Jeans were something he just couldn't get used to, yet. As soon as it started to snow, she was sure he'd appreciate having his legs covered. Finn gave her a quick kiss, and together they stepped out of the garage and into the morning sunshine. It was the 1st of October, so the cool night air took longer to dissipate, but if she got too cold, Finn was always happy to wrap his arm around her shoulders. They hurried down the path and around the front of the restaurant to the platform that was set up in the parking lot. She faltered when she saw the size of the crowd that had come out for the big celebration. She had no idea there was that much elbow room in her little corner of Pine Creek Canyon. But thankfully, most of the revellers had come up in buses, both from Idaho Falls and from Jackson. And just in case things got crazy, Mike and the other deputies were controlling traffic to make sure no one did anything stupid, like run out in front of a truck. The governor showed up just after Angel and her bonny Highlander took their places on the riser. He gave a quick little speech that reminded everyone that it was a voting year, then gave high praise to the Simplot brothers for expanding the parking area and making haggards accessible to the hungry masses. Finally, he stepped aside to allow Angel the microphone. Though she'd thought about it for days, she hadn't managed to get anything written down on paper, so she just shot from the hip.
Looking out at this huge crowd, I have to say I'm surprised to find so many familiar faces. I had no idea we had this many customers.
She paused while they applauded. She figured they were so enthusiastic because they were hoping the cameras would pan past them. After all, it wasn't often the national news covered something in their neck of the woods.
I want to thank you guys, and everyone who has ever come through Haggard, for keeping old Mott's dream alive all these years, even after he was gone. It means a lot to me that so many of you have showed up today to honor his memory. On behalf of us both, I thank you.
There was a little bit of applause again, but not everyone was pleased with what she'd said for some reason. They started shouting, but it was impossible to hear what they were saying. She turned to Finn, but he only shrugged, as confused as she was. Then he stepped up next to her and put his arm around her shoulders. Mike pushed his way to the front, then jumped up onto the riser and took the mic. "I think there's been a big misunderstanding," he said, and the crowd hushed. Little Maud is under the impression we've come here today because of her father." He turned so he faced both her and the mob. "I think I speak on behalf of everyone here when I say we've come to honour you, sweetheart. We've come to honour you." The applause was deafening, and she forced herself to wave to everyone instead of burying her wet face against Finn's chest like she wanted to. When the governor offered her one handle of the giant pair of scissors, the crowd quieted. After posing for a few pictures, she and the grinning politician turned and performed the most awkward ribbon-cutting ceremony in history. When the flimsy scissors failed to do any damage to the plastic yellow ribbon, Finn muttered something Scottish and unintelligible, stepped around her, and rent the plastic in half with his hands, and the crowd went wild. In light of their reaction, and to ensure the great kilt wasn't worn in vain, she seized the opportunity and the microphone and made an announcement.
Starting next week, high tea will be served in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday, from 2 to 4 p.m., by waiters in kilts.
It would soon prove to be their busiest time of day. This has been Finlay, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 27, written by L. Moor. Narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Copyright 2015-2017 by Leslie Muir Lytle. Production copyright by Leslie Muir Lytle.